Hello, testing, testing. Hello. Um, Hi. If this is for my YouTube audience, I'm a new and upcoming streamer, known as Celica Frostburn. You can call me Burn if you want. Most people do. Anyway, with the recent influx of new players to Killer In, because the game's on sale right now for only around 250-ish USD, or they were even kind enough to give you a free trial. But yeah, with the influx of new players, honestly, not really understanding game flow because the game is very complicated. It takes a very, very long time to get used to this game. It's not like if I like to compare the game to TTT, it's not really a game in that manner that you can pick up very easily in comparison. So I'm going to release a tutorial because I'm not gonna mince words. The current in-game tutorial is kind of bad. So, okay, so first thing, and I'm also gonna demonstrate this on the larger map just because, one, I like the map better, and two, it gives you a preview of the size of the map because this map is very overwhelming for new players. And I very, very frequently see new players be under-leveled, like level 2 or 3, like 7 minutes into the game. It's very unfair for them. Anyway, so first thing when you load in, you have 2 or 3 options depending on what team you're on. And don't mind the open door. When you do training on this map, you don't load into your starting room properly. Anyway, so 2 or 3 options. Option 1, you can loot these 4 drawers in your room to get starting items. Most items you find, like, just out in the open, sell for 8 gold if you want to take the time to pick them up.
I'll take this.
It takes like 10-15 seconds to loot your room. Time is very, very valuable in this game, so weigh that option carefully. Option 2, you want to immediately head for the nearest quest giver. You can set hotkeys for that in the options menu. So I have track nearest staff personally bound to my middle mouse button. I don't really have like a full gaming mouse. I don't have that many extra buttons. But yeah, head to the nearest staff, pick up a quest.
Sure thing.
If you did loot your room, also sell any items you don't really want. And then just go do your quest because that's honestly the main loop of the game. You just want to get to each quest as quickly as possible. Because quest tokens are almost every character's main way of gearing up in this game. Now, option 3, if you are a wolf, you don't load one of these into training lobbies. You want to, as soon as the countdown timer for match start hits 1, you want to hit your map pop-up hotkey, like it's M by default, and click on sacrifice and run towards that and conceal it as quickly as humanly possible. Especially when you get a lobby that's smaller than I want to say 18 players. If you don't conceal your sacrifice, you're going to get found out as a wolf extremely quickly. Anyway, I'm gonna just do a few quests just to move around the map.
Just what I needed.
I'll go into partial clues later. Anyway, there's 7 types of quests. There's just normal go to this point quests. There's this current type of quest where you have to pick up or go between these little purple bluish flames. Once you pick up 3, you actually pick up the token at the actual quest marker. We'll rotate through them quickly because I'm just gonna do them all for the sake of tutorial's sake.
I'm on it.
Okay, so this is a drone quest. You only ever get these if you have a actual weapon. Crowbars do count, so you need either a crowbar, a melee weapon, or a gun. Take that just so I can get around the map faster for tutorial's sake. So this is a decrypt quest. So what's going to happen is once I find the quest marker, I forgot they added one up here. Okay, so you have a, what is this, an 8x8? Yeah, an 8x8 grid. You want to find the pattern that's on the right. So, for example, it would be here. The pattern on the right is completely random, but it'll always match something in the 8x8.
Found it. Could be useful.
Now, what most players will do to make that quest less annoying, because if you get four different symbols in there, it can be very hard to find. You can always press escape when you're in that interface. It'll back out of it. You can reset it. It'll give you a different grid and a different pattern to find. What I tend to do is reset it until I get two symbols either on the left, right, top, bottom, like not diagonal. Those are still kind of hard to find. This is just a simple fetch quest, so it's just run to the point as quick as you can get there. Also, there's freestanding items on the map. You almost always don't want to ignore them. Like, always pick them up. You can always sell them for money.
I need this.
Like, never pass up free money. Also, while I actually have the crowbar, these are crowbar chests. You need a crowbar to open them, but they tend to have either
Could use this.
assassin chest weapons in them, like, for example here, poison spray, or like darts, blackout powder, knives,
Time
or
for the
some
hunt.
valuable
Be bold, but careful.
I can't say it. Valuable utility, like gas masks or neck guards, sometimes stunners, we'll get into those later, or consumable buff potions like resistance, ghost shield, etc. Sometimes gold, sometimes ammo. They can have a lot of nice things. Okay, so let me go get a new quest. Hopefully it's a different type from what I've
What
been
do
getting.
you have? I'll take care of it.
Okay, so this is a race quest. You have around
that's
42
a lot of
seconds to
energy.
get to the quest marker. It's usually close enough that you have around 10 seconds to reach it. Get to it by the time you do get to it.
Found it.
So there you go. I'm waiting for the sec. Okay, so this is a thief quest. You have to break into a guest room and get the quest marker. Sometimes, depending on the size of the player lobby, you will almost certainly need a crowbar on lobbies with less than 16 players, and if there's more than that, you usually don't, but sometimes you do. And there's one other type of quest. It's not giving me it, but I'll keep rolling quests until I get it. Not that.
Sure thing.
There we go. Okay. So, for this quest, you're going to a room. It's going to have a blue symbol in it. It's the symbol, exact symbol's location isn't shown on the map unless you're playing the character author. Otherwise, you have to, it gives you a blue square on the mini map. That's the area that the symbol can be in. For example, this one is on the back of this chair.
This will help.
There's quite a few spots, like the symbol can be in like 2 to 4 spots per room that you get the quest in. Anyway, that's questing, that's the general gameplay loop. You want to get quest. The main goal for doing them is character experience because you get 30 health per character level. It also gives you your character perks. I'll get into those in a different part of the video, but right now, tokens are the most important part, so I'll go over them. So, what do you do with tokens? Tokens are for opening these item chests. They have different... each chest type has different pulls. This was an armor chest. It'll always give you either body armor or a helmet. So this has body armor.
Full armor, Jean-Paul.
And you're guaranteed to not get an item from the pool if you already have it. So, for example, if I have body armor, the chest will always give me a helmet the next time. If you have both, then it'll just give you a random item, but you can't pick up a duplicate item unless it's stackable, which armor isn't. So, it's a good idea to not waste tokens like that. Anyway, so, since I went there first, I'll cover body armor. Like armor. So, body armor gives you 30% damage reduction against everything if they hit you in the body, including melee weapons. It can also be upgraded for specific status resistances. I'll cover that later, but cover upgrades in general later. Helmets give you 50% damage reduction when you're hit in the head. This does not apply to melee weapons whatsoever. As far as I'm aware, melee can never hit you in the head, but you get greater damage reduction against gunshots, and you can upgrade it to give you further resistance against specific guns. Also, technically, certain throwable weapons like knives and darts also get headshot reduction, though those are very, very hard to hit in the head because they're projectiles. Okay, so I need more quest markers to show off chest pulls, so give me 1 second. Okay, so this is a melee chest. The pull from this is, you can only get axes or clubs out of this.
No dragon
So,
but I'll take it.
if you don't get the weapon you want and you want to go melee, you can just pull the chest twice and you'll get the weapon you want. Though ideally, I mean, melee is extremely strong right now, no matter what kind of melee weapon you have, so either one works. So at the low cost of 2 tokens, you're pretty much set for most of the game.
I'll take care of it.
I'm just grabbing a couple more tokens. Okay, so third type of chest. This is the utility chest. You pull from various purple utility items. So most of them you can get at the armor, so I'll just show them off through the shop. So items you can get out of the utility chest currently include, let's see, let's start with the gas mask. Gas mask gives you immunity to poison spray, poison traps, poison grenades, and smoke grenades. It used to give you immunity to chloroform, aka the blackout powder, before this patch, but that was changed. It no longer gives you immunity to that if you've played the game previously. I'm just gonna sell some stuff here because I have inventory clutter. Okay, so next item you can get out of there is a neck guard. This was also changed recently. It no longer has unlimited use, but right now you get 2 uses. It will automatically defend you against any grapple-like attack from your back. So if they use blackout powder on you from behind, if they backstab you with a knife, or they grapple you from behind, it'll automatically like shove the person away from you. But you only get 2 uses before it breaks. But also before it breaks, you get an additional 10% body shot damage reduction. So very valuable item. If it breaks, it still uses up an inventory slot, but you can still sell it for gold. So keep that in mind if you want a new one. Okay, so next utility chest item you can get now. Infrared goggles. So before this patch, it would protect you from... So, sorry, I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this. So, before this patch, there was an item called pepper spray, which prevented you from being grabbed from the front. If you had infrared, pepper spray would do nothing. You could still grab them from the front, but that no longer happens, because there's a new item in the game called stunners, which go through infrared now. So that's no longer a thing. But infrared prevents you from being blind, except for a certain status effect. It'll still blind you. We'll get into that later, but it'll prevent like flashbangs or the blind upgrade on the SMG. And if you go into detective mode like this, like it shows auras and anything, it'll show nearby people through walls, like their outlines. And then the final item I believe you can get out of utility chests is the cat charm. So cat charms give you 10% move speed and reduce the sound of your footsteps, so they're almost completely silent. Also, you climb ladders almost twice as fast, so very, very valuable item to have. Move speed is one of the best stats you can get in this game right now. Okay, so moving on. I'll show you the next color chest, and we can go from
This is
there.
a strong weapon.
Okay, so red chests. Red chests contain guns. There's 4 types of guns.
Before they shoot you.
So I got a shotgun. I'll go over to the merchant that sells guns and go over their pros and cons, and as a new player you can make that judgment for yourselves. Guns are very, very expensive to buy in shop, so you have to make a choice. So for most characters, you have to make a choice between getting the gun you want and getting upgrades, and not having money for upgrades, or getting a random gun but being able to upgrade the gun.
There's nothing I can't afford.
Alright, so I'll start with the shotgun. Shotgun's naturally a close-range weapon. As you can see, shotgun spread is very wide, like even at medium distances, unless you aim down sights. And this is just a base gun, so I'll go over upgrades later. Cause it's training, I can just cheat to give myself money and show off everything. Actually, let me do that right now. Alright, let me just break into this so I can go over upgrades, because that's gonna be the next topic. Alright, so next gun is a revolver. Just cheap some more gold. I'm gonna need a lot of gold to go over upgrades. Alright, so revolver. Naturally, it's what you expect out of a pistol. Single shot. Relatively quick baseline fire rate. Not very accurate when you're moving, but you know, that's pretty good in the game.
Money and life are one and the same.
That's about all I can say. At least baseline. Okay, SMGs, basically, high fire rate gun, very inaccurate when you're, even when you're not moving, unless you're crouching. Pretty accurate. And finally, you have a rifle, bolt action, single shot. Basically, extremely inaccurate if you're not crouched. But if you're scoped, pinpoint accurate. Almost always hits where the scope is, even if you're moving.
What do you have?
Okay, with that said, I'm going to go to the last chest type real quick before I go over upgrades. Thankfully, this one's really close. So, last chest type
What's
is
inside?
the assassin chest. You get, the best way to describe it is, other than darts, it's mostly filled with items which you can use to instantly kill other players in specific
This will help.
circumstances. So,
This will help.
for example, let's take the knife I got out of that chest.
Whoa! I can run much farther.
You have
now.
a few options with knives. You can throw them at players. Baseline, unarmored. Against unarmored people, they do 100 damage and apply a very long-lasting bleed. Knives also... Hold on. Knives also increase your grapple damage, aka grabbing them, at least from the front. Because if you backstab them, they will always instantly die if they do not have a stunner or a neck guard. But if you grab them from the front and successfully manage to hit them, your melee damage gets boosted by 100%. So, sometimes worth having one on hand just in case for emergencies, like you're about to die. You always want to, if you're about to die and have stamina, you typically want to grab the other player as a last ditch, if you don't think you can get to a safe zone in time. Anyway. There are exceptions to that, by the way. Anyway, other items you can get out of the assassin chest. Let me just go down to the merchant for most of those items. Okay, so in addition to that, you can also get darts out of the chest. Darts are just another throwable weapon. Throwable weapons tend to travel in an arc, so they're very hard to hit when you're far from the target. Also, baseline darts do almost no damage, but they apply Toxic, which is a very harsh damage over time effect, especially if you manage to stack it multiple times. But they can be upgraded to do actual damage if you hit, but it'll reduce the amount of the damage over time if you do so. Anyway, that's all I can say about that. The final thing you can get out of the assassin chest, actually no, there's two things you can get. Let me just sell some things here real quick. Next is poison spray. Before this patch, I would have considered it a very, very bad item.
Just a few
Because
simple
prior to this
modifications.
patch, when Gas Mask blocked Blackout Powder, it was one of the first items you would buy into the match almost every single game. And now that it doesn't, almost nobody even considers buying it. But poison, when used correctly, is a very strong status, as I will demonstrate right here. Okay, so let's just sit and watch. So as you'll notice, this character's move speed gradually slows down. Eventually, they get hit with like a 3-second stun, I believe it is now, and from there, you get a timer, assuming the poison actually works properly. Sometimes the timer doesn't show; it's kind of bugged right now. But as the timer counts down, they get slower and slower, and eventually they just keel over and die. Like, no amount of health will save you from that. You have to cure it using an antidote. Poison by default lasts, poison on most applications, like poison spray, unupgraded, poison grenade, poison trap, the axe with its poison upgrade, all last 60 seconds. The shotgun also has a poison upgrade, but the timer on that depends on how many of the pellets you manage to hit. So if you hit every pellet, the timer's also 60 seconds on that, but if you only hit one pellet, the poison takes a very long time to actually kick in, and it takes almost 5 or more minutes to actually kill the other player. Anyway, the final assassin chest item is blackout powder. Blackout's extremely easy to demonstrate, so I'll just show it off. If you have more than 25% stamina, you just try to grapple someone, and if they don't have a stunner, they die.
Sometimes good people make bad choices.
Okay, so also, for new players, this is extremely important. Just sell these real quick.
Thanks!
Always have a stunner. You always want to have at least one stunner. Sometimes two. Like, if you know someone is running around with blackout powder, you always want more than one stunner, because
There's nothing I can't afford.
each stunner uses a blackout charge. They only get 3 chances, so if they run out of chances, they can't try to insta-kill you anymore. At least until they get more blackout powder, but they either need to spend a large amount of gold, or they need to get lucky with the chest. Then again, you can also find them in crowbar chests, but the chances of that are so low that I wouldn't buy into someone getting one out of one of those. Anyway, so next topic. Let's go over what each vendor has to offer. I'll start with the managers because it's the most generic shop, and continue on from there. So, managers. Managers can sell you every single item currently in the game, but if you buy from a manager, every single item costs 25 more gold than if you bought them at their normal vendor. So, buying from a manager should only really be done as a last resort, or if you're completely surrounded by the other team. Bartenders. Bartenders are the cheapest source of buff consumables. So at the bartender, every single consumable except for the health pack is 25 gold less. So antidotes are cheaper, stamina, speed, strength, resist, ghost shield are cheaper. I'll go over consumables now. What consumables do: health packs give you plus 200 health, and if you're suffering from bleeding, it stops that completely, like no matter how much the damage over time is. Antidotes: if you're poisoned, antidotes will get rid of it. If you have toxic on you, antidotes will get rid of it. The darts upgrade for I'm actually gonna go show that off against the bot right now. So darts have a upgrade for toxic.
Got it.
If you get hit with 3, if you know someone is using these darts, I will show you what to do, or what not to do, rather.
It needs to be better, stronger.
I just need to find a bot. Not now, YouTube. Anyway. So, darts baseline give you 5 damage over time, but last a very long time. With the toxic upgrade, it increases to around 7 to 8 damage over time. If you get hit 3 or 4 times and you do not consume an antidote as soon as possible, you will die. It's not a matter of, you know, hoping you survive. That poison lasts for around 30 to 40 seconds. If you do not antidote,
Money and
you will
life
die.
are one and the same.
Okay, so next upgrade, stamina pills. You get twice the stamina. Speaking of stamina, obviously use stamina to run around, and you don't use stamina for jumping, by the way. You also use stamina to do melee attacks. We'll get into that a bit later. Actually, I'll get into it right now. So, melee. Self-explanatory. Melee are close-range weapons. You use stamina to use swings. If you are sprinting while swinging, you'll do a short lunge. However, what most people don't know is there is a slightly higher stamina cost for a lunge. So if you don't have enough stamina when swinging, you won't lunge. Next up, speed potion. Self-explanatory, you just run 25% faster for a minute and a half. Speaking of, every single buff potion, like from here down, lasts 90 seconds. Strength pills. Basically, strength pills buffs your melee attack damage, your punching damage when you grapple someone, and give you +1 grapple strength. So what? I will need another block for this. So, okay, so grapple strength. Let's use this as an example.
Mon Dieu.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
grapple strength
The
is
world
the
is cruel.
size of the skill check that they have to hit to block your attack. So now with a strength pill, we should see the size of that zone decrease.
Get off me!
Yeah, you see how it's about 25% smaller?
You're already dead.
Also, lesser known fact. So, let me level up.
This isn't even my
Okay, so
final
lesser known
form.
fact. The size of the zone also gets smaller if you have a level difference over the opponent. So
Bad move.
it it's not as noticeable, but you can tell that it shrunk a little bit again.
What do you have?
Okay, next buff potion is Resistance Potion. Also kind of self-explanatory. It lessens the effect of damage over time debuffs by about a third and gives you a flat 15% damage reduction against melee and melee guns, whatever else they use to damage you, like throwing knives. It's also the only way, one of the only ways to reduce explosives damage, like explosive grenades and explosive traps, if you happen to have those kind of players in your lobbies. And lastly, we have the Ghost Shield Potion. This is a buff and a nerf depending on what character you're playing. So, Ghost Shield gives you a temporary 150 health shield. However,
What is this mixture?
in exchange for this, you move slightly slower. I don't have a gun right now to show it, but if you had a gun, it would be 25% less accurate at all times. And your grapple strength is lowered by 1, so let me find another bot real quick. I think there's one in the courtyard here, yeah. So you have -1 grapple strength, so as I grapple this person, you'll see that the zone is actually slightly larger than on the
Sometimes
first
good
test target.
people make bad choices.
And that's pretty much all there is to explain about buff potions. So I've already gone into, let's see, what have I done? I've done utility, assassin items, let's see, buff potions, melee and range or guns I can go into at the quartermaster both. So let's do that real quick. So I've already gone over what ranged weapons do, and melee is kind of self-explanatory. I don't really need to go into what they do. Okay, so revolver. Let's go over weapon upgrades. I'll just show what they are and go over what I think are good and bad without actually getting them. Or I'll go into the best path and show you what they're like. Okay, so you do upgrades in 3 tiers. Each tier costs an increasing amount of money. That's why doing your quests as quick as possible is ideal, because each quest only gives you 50 gold. You need a lot of quests or to just sell a lot of items to be able to get up to tier 3. Very frequently, you won't even reach tier 3 on most games unless you kill a lot of players on the opposing team. Anyway, so tier 1 for revolver. You have a choice between double mag size. Also, every upgrade gives you 10% more damage on your weapons. So this would upgrade it to 55. This would upgrade it to, I think, 60 or 61. I don't remember. And then this would be 66, 67. So, well, without getting any other damage upgrades. So, tier 1, you have a choice between double mag size, silencer, which gives you slightly more accuracy and damage, and obviously makes the gun quieter. Honestly, the accuracy is mostly a lie. It's barely more accurate. Granted, the handgun is pretty accurate to begin with, unless you're moving, but take that with a grain of salt. Anyway, and then you have the stabilizer, which makes it a lot more accurate. As in, you always hit where the crosshair is, even if you're moving. Also, less recoil and more range before damage falls off. Yes, there is damage fall off in this game. So, for tier 1, it depends on what you go for tier 3. most players will take the mag size. And for good reason, but because the toxic tier 3 is really strong, but I'll get into that later. But if you are playing a cowgirl, you have this stabilizer upgrade built in by default, so you're always perfectly accurate. So rather than extended mag, because cowgirl also gets a stacking damage upgrade per hit she does. So most cowgirls will go silencer for further damage. But
I think I can tweak
my
this.
personal choice is the mag size for tier 1. So tier 2 costs 150 gold. So you have a choice between a flat 30% more damage, additional fire rate, or larger damage and hit radius, but it lowers your fire rate by a very significant amount, and greatly reduces the range before damage fall off happens. Again, revolver is basically dependent on how you want to use the gun. At least for this tier. If you choose to go mag size, your usual upgrade choice is
It needs to
rapid
be
shot.
better, stronger.
If you get any other upgrade, especially on cowgirl, you usually want heavy shot, because hit radius is huge. Is like huge. 10 centimeters is like having an additional crosshair on every side of your crosshair. For as far as hit markers go. But like if you go mag size, then I almost guarantee you're never gonna get to shoot more than 3 shots of heavy shot before, you know. If you upgrade your mag size to 12, you're only gonna hit 8 before the other person is actually in danger of dying. So at that point, there's no point in getting mag size at all, is what I'm saying. But if you're also just really accurate in general, blasting shot is generally better. Like, if you can reliably hit without needing the hit radius, get blasting shot instead, honestly. Okay, then for tier 3, we have piercing shot, toxic tipped, and slowing shot. Slowing shot is obvious. It inflicts a 30% slow. If a speed potion hasn't been used on their end, this is very noticeable. You typically don't want to go this if you go either of these 2 upgrades I took, but there are use cases for it. Especially with how certain characters right now, which I'll get into later, are extremely strong, and this isn't as effective against them. But you'll still notice it. It's one of the best ways to deal with them right now. Toxic tips, as implied, like I showed with darts, it inflicts a percentage of the damage you do as damage over time. This does stack the more you hit them, but also if you take this upgrade, it's only 40% of 65, so you'll do about 25. Toxic is a flat 5% damage per second, so it only affects them for 4 or 5 seconds. So if you don't hit most of your shots, it's not as impactful as you think. But if you hit most shots, you're going to end up with a dead opponent very quickly. And then you have piercing shot. What this does in practice it lets you shoot through one wall layer. So there is a character that lets you see outlines through walls without infrared. So if you know that a character is on the other side and know they're on the other team, and you're playing said character, this is a viable option. Otherwise, this is almost completely worthless. Never, ever, ever get this. But as a use case, if someone likes to abuse like cover, like dancing in and out of doorways, this is very useful and honestly might be worth a slot, but I still wouldn't take it over either of these two. So if you were to go to this build, you almost certainly want Toxic. And I'll just go demonstrate though that upgrade set real quick, and then I'll move on to the next gun. I'll show this off later.
I am fire itself.
It would be better if there were higher level bots to like show off damage over time better. Anyway, next gun. We'll go SMG. So, as I showed earlier, SMG is just a high fire rate gun baseline, so let's get into upgrades. Again, you have double mag size here. It upgrades the clip size from 18 to 36. Stabilizer, again. However, this one does not make the gun perfectly accurate. And again, you have a silencer, which gives you slightly more damage baseline, but the SMG has a very low base power, so silencer is almost never worth getting. Unless you play Gangster, because you get it for free, along with every single other tier 1 upgrade. Almost every single person gets mag size, so we'll go with that for demonstration. Because, like, the more you have to reload, the less likely you are to win fights. Then you have your tier 2 upgrades, which are, again, just flat 30% damage. A stacking shot. So how this works, every time you hit, it's not as described. Consecutive hits, in this case, just means if you hit them multiple times within a certain time frame, it'll give you more and more damage up to 60%. Which, this is the upgrade choice, so I'll get that now, but still describe Burst Shot. Burst Shot, self-explanatory. If you played other shooters, it rapidly shoots 3 shots. It gives a very, very large damage bonus and lesser recoil. However, there is a significantly longer time between bursts, as in it takes you less time to, if you have the mag size, it takes you half the time to fully unload the clip without this upgrade compared to if you have the upgrade. So this upgrade is almost completely worthless. Almost everyone takes Stacking Shot, and I will show that off when we get around to explaining Guardians and Harbor at the very end of the video. Or not the very end of the video, the end of the map explanation, and before I go into character perks. And then you have tier 3, headshot damage, self-explanatory. It almost triples your headshot damage on this weapon. I have no idea why it says the same damage on body shot and headshot, but that's not true. Headshot deal at this level baseline would deal around, I think, 45, I think? But yeah, it pretty much doubles your headshot damage. It's good if they do not have a SMG specific helmet upgrade. Like as I'll show here, if you get this upgrade, it gives you 75% damage resistance against it. So if you were fighting someone with that, then this upgrade would be worthless because you would still end up doing less damage on a headshot compared to body shots. Blinding shot, it builds up a blind on the target. If you're blind, it looks like, it's hard to say, it looks like kind of like, say you're outside on a really foggy day and can't see 2 feet in front of you. That's kind of what blind is like. However, as stated earlier, if you have infrared, this upgrade does literally nothing. And then you have armor piercing. It ignores half of your opponent's armor value. So say they had body armor and you hit them in, like, not their head, instead of body armor reducing sorry, instead of body armor reducing 30%, it would only reduce 15%. And as for helmets, if they did not have the SMG upgrade, baseline it would be 50%, but with this upgrade, it would only reduce headshot damage by 25, and if they did have the upgrade, it would only reduce the damage by 30-ish%, I believe. So armor piercing is almost always the way to go, especially if you're getting this upgrade late in the game. And just to show off how quick this gun can kill at a certain range.
I have no choice but to win.
I'm actually gonna go down and just straight up. Very, very quick guns. And since I've shown off pistol and revolver, I can keep this for my demonstration later. So,
Money and life are one and the same.
Next weapon. So for guns, you can have 2 slots. One for smaller weapons like revolver and SMG, but you can also have either a shotgun or a rifle as a main, air quotes, weapon. Though SMG is considered the best gun in the game right now, so maybe SMG should be a main weapon. Smile. Okay, so shotgun. Tier 1 upgrades. You have, again, you have 3 options. Almost every upgrade have 3 options. So again, silencer if you want more damage. This is honestly one of the better tier 1s for this. It does compete with wide shot. So hit radius is extremely good. I'm actually going to break off of this to show that off right now. So without hit radius, I'm gonna show it off right here. 123. Actually, I should back up. Yeah, 79. Yeah.
Fun, little best.
I'm going to go upgrade hit radius and show just how impactful that is. It typically matters more at close range, but
better. Stronger.
I'll just show just how impactful it is at long range. But again, you're giving up more damage, and damage is pretty important for shotguns. So I was around here, right? Yeah, as you can tell, it's very, very easy to hit someone when you have hit radius. One of the better upgrades you can get for any any gun that has it. I believe the SMG is the only gun that doesn't. And, well, except for revolver, because usually you just want fire rate depending on the route you get. But like I said, silencer is very viable, and if you're concerned about killing your opponent quicker, it's sometimes a better option, but you have to play a lot closer to the person for it to get value. Okay, so tier 2, as explained earlier, there's a poison upgrade. Again, poison, like, for poison, how quick it triggers depends on how many pellets you hit. So if you're not right next to them, the best you're probably going to do is just slow them for a very long duration. And then you, again, have flat damage up, or you have a % of your damage as a bleed. If you go silencer, typically I almost always go the flat damage on this. But if you go wide shot, bleed is better. And then for tier 3, you have armor piercing, again, good upgrade for upgrading the slate. You have stagger shot. Stagger is just a very short stun. It interrupts actions like reloading. And then you have auto reloader. It reduces the reload time by a much more significant amount than it shows, and as such, it's almost always the preferred tier 3 upgrade. Unless you are, for some reason, upgrading the gun, like, more than 7 minutes into the game. In that case, you'd sometimes go armor piercing, but I'll just show the like, you can just rewind earlier when I was reloading this gun to see it before auto reloader, but here it is after. It's a very significant difference.
You're already dead.
So yeah, that's shotgun in a nutshell. Very good gun. Honestly, my personal gun of choice, but again, it's your preferences that matter, not mine. Anyway, rifle, the last gun before I move on to, I believe Harbor's the last thing I have to cover in map-wide. So, rifle. You have stabilizer. Honestly, this upgrade is worthless. Never, ever get it. I always feel like it does literally nothing. You have a silencer. Very, very, very good if you can actually aim and scope. If you can't aim and scope, this upgrade is worthless. However, it's also very, very, very good, and honestly, the best upgrade and gun for getting early kills. And then you have wide shot. It's self-explanatory here. I will again show this upgrade for easy sake. So here, I'm just gonna shoot the right of her head on purpose. You see that? Okay. I'm going to shoot at the exact same spot with wide shot.
I think I can tweak this.
So right here.
Wow, I'm good at this.
Yeah, can you see why I say that it's basically an extra crosshair? That one was slightly off. Needs to be like on the left. slightly more to the left. Right. Yep. Okay, so tier 1 summary. If you can aim properly, get silencer. If you cannot aim properly, get wide shot. Never, ever, 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 ever take stabilizer. Okay, so tier 2, you have bleed. Very good if you choose to go silencer. You have flat damage, always a good upgrade, and then you have this weird, very, very weird upgrade in cluster shot. I'm going to take this just to show it off.
Stronger.
This is also a never, ever, ever get this upgrade, but I'm just going to show it to show why you should never get it. So, cluster shot. So, you see how I was aiming here earlier. Now do you see how it's no longer a one-hit kill?
Fun, little pest.
So here's cluster shot in a nutshell. It basically turns it into a shotgun. This is why you never get it. The spread is huge. As you can tell, even when I'm aiming at their head, it doesn't hit. So you basically have to be right next to them to hit. However, it is a huge damage increase, so it does perform well with one of the next tier 3 upgrades, which is, as shown earlier, double mag size. So if you want to play like a shotgun without having gotten a shotgun, go this combo. However, I don't recommend it. And then for tier 3, as said, double mag size, always a very good upgrade. If you have abundant ammo, this is my personal upgrade of choice. Being able to shoot twice before reloading on a rifle is huge, because the reload time on the rifle is almost 3-4 seconds baseline. It takes a very long time, and you're significantly slowed when reloading. And then you have stagger shot, slightly longer stun than shotgun. Still barely worth getting, because you have slight immunity to stuns after getting stunned. And then you have armor piercing. Honestly, still a very good upgrade if you know how to aim. However, I would honestly go mag size for my personal taste. But if you know how to aim, get armor piercing. Because in that case, for you, it would be better. Okay, so melee weapons are next. Before I get into Guardians and Harbor and the general endgame that almost nobody ever sees, because, well, that's just how the game is. Oh, right, I also have to go over clues, too. So, we'll do clues and then go over Harbor. So, right now, Axe. As you'll notice on the left, upgrades for melee cost 25 gold less on each tier compared to guns. Guns, you need, I believe, 425 gold for every single upgrade. Or 450, it's one of the two. Hold on. 75, 150, no, it's 450. So, and for melee, you only need 375 for tier 3. So, in general, for the axe, all of these upgrades are just pure preference. Honestly, any combination of them can work. So, just to go over tier 1, you have stamina drain. This is the only one I would consider bad among every single upgrade. However, it has uses now, because lunges exist, and lunges take more stamina. Range is self-explanatory. It gives you almost double range on your melee hits. I don't know if it increases the lunge distance, however, it's something to consider. And then you have swing speed, self-explanatory, you hit your target faster. Almost always go swing speed, especially after the lunge
Just a few simple
or the
modifications.
lunge update. At least in my opinion. And then your tier 2s are poison. Poison, self-explanatory from earlier. If you like making people really slow, get it. However, do remember it has a delay. So if you intend on fighting the person to the death, do not get this upgrade. And then you have actual flat damage upgrade, plus 30. If you intend to kill guardians only, especially if you're playing physicist, get this upgrade. The axe does absolutely pitiful damage to them now. Or, if you want some utility in being able to kill players who intrude on you doing such things, get swing delay. So I will do a quick example with the swing speed. So that's how quick you can swing an axe without swing delay. And now with a swing delay upgrade. Almost no delay between swings. Do you remember that if you do go swing delay, it's both less damage and there's a very real chance they will retreat out of your range after you swing once or twice? So, risky upgrade, very high rewards. And then you have tier 3s, which is a flat toxic damage. It's, again, 5 damage per second, so this is 40 damage over 8 seconds. Also, do keep in mind, axe causes bleeding by default, so if you stack 2 different damage over time effects, especially if you have swing speed and delay, it stacks very, very, very quickly. You also have the option of Curse, which stacks very well with things like Strength Pills and character perks. So if you hit them once, they will take 40% damage from every single damage source trying to hit them for 15 seconds. Very, very good if you know you have a teammate nearby, because it'll let the teammate also do more damage to your target. And yes, this does work on Guardians, which I'll get into later, and probably show off using the axe, honestly, just because I can. And then you have Sharp, which increases the bleed damage the axe does. However, it does not increase the base tick. You would need potency for that. This just simply increases the time that they're taking bleeding damage. So, for this specific example, because this is my preference,
It needs to be better.
if I'm doing
Stronger.
Guardians, I go Curse. If I'm more player killing focused, I go Toxic. And I will show you why, because this is honestly very broken sometimes.
Sometimes good people
As you
make
saw,
bad
3
choices.
very quick hits stack up to 30 plus damage. And then just to show it off a tiny bit.
A strong man.
Oh wait,
stands
the
above
strength build. I didn't
conquers
know that.
all.
Just to show it off a tiny bit. You get a strength pill. generally only have to hit them twice because your base damage does enough. Then again, not really, because if they have armor, your base damage, even with strength fills, is kind of poo-poo.
I have no choice but to win.
And then we have our
Thanks.
final weapon to show off, the club. If there were damage types, this would be blunt resistance. So, tier 1, again, it's the same as the Axe. You have range, swing speed, stamina drain. With the advent of lunges, swing speed is almost always the best upgrade.
I think I can tweak this.
And then you have very different tier 2s compared to the X. You have armor piercing, big damage increase base, but also adds almost double the time before you can swing the weapon again. However, you also have the stacking damage upgrade, which is very useful for killing guardians, which I'll get into in about probably 5-10 minutes or so. And this will be one of my example weapons for it. So I'll get that for one example. And then you have tier 3, which has some of the best upgrades in the game, in my opinion. So you have Spiked, the least whelming of these upgrades. It just adds a bleed. However, since melee has more buff options than other weapons like strength pills, this is a very viable damage option, and I would consider it if you know what you're doing. Backstabber gives you a large damage bonus if you hit from the back. This used to be 75%, and it was a lot more impactful than it is now. Honestly, 10% over damage over time isn't that much more. So I would get Spiked over Backstabber now if you actually seriously consider one of those two. But then you have Disorienting. This is, by a very significant margin, one of the best upgrades in the whole game. So what Disorient does is basically think concussion. You get a move slow on you, and you're rendered blind for 4 seconds. This blind, as I hinted at earlier when going over infrared, is not prevented by infrared. You still cannot see anything for 4 seconds, though it gradually clears up over time. But, as mentioned,
Already
you're also
dead.
slowed for 4 seconds, so... Also, if I remember correctly, you also have random camera movement when you're disoriented, so you have a hard time going in the same direction consistently. It's one of the most debilitating status effects in the game, and there's only 2 ways to resist it. One is the resistance potion, and the other is to play Singer, which I will go over near the end of the video. Anyway, that's melee weapons, so next up we have, I'm going to go over clues. One of the most important aspects of the game. Oh, also for chest, this is the mystery chest. Unlike other chests, God, how to describe? Okay, so mystery chests only cost 1 token. However, it has the item pool of every single other chest, so you can get basically any item in the game other than a stunner from this chest. even crowbars. Because I don't think you get crowbars out of a utility chest, but you can get them out of mystery chests. This means that if you are lucky, you can get a gun for only 1 token. However, if you're unlucky, you can just keep getting utility items, which are 1 token anyway. But yeah, that's all I have to go over that. Okay, so clues. Since I am a wolf, this is a little harder to explain because I cannot pick up partials. But clues. So if you see a puzzle icon on the ground, that is a partial clue. Partial clues give you 1/3 of knowledge on who is potentially a lamb and a wolf. Usually it's not clear cut. It'll give you, because they're divided into 4 parts: hair, clothing, fingerprints, and blood. Almost always, unless you get really lucky early, almost every partial clue you find will be either hair or clothing. And they're further divided into hair color and clothing color. So whichever clue you get will initially have every player in the game who has either that hair color or clothing color on it. Though it will tell you based on their alignment whether they could be a lamb or a wolf. Now, if you are paying very close attention and someone just straight up drops a clue when you're right next to them, you will know who the clue belongs to and can just single them out from the entire list. However, that usually isn't the case unless you're like actually just straight up following them around, which is, let's be real, that's extremely suspicious, and I don't recommend doing that unless you like being killed very early. So again, partial clues. 1/3 of a whole. As I cannot show them in this in training mode, sacrifices. So every single wolf starts with a predetermined body somewhere on the map. However, they are usually in fixed spots. They're not like randomly placed. So with time, patience, and effort, you can learn almost every single spot they can be. If you manage to get to a sacrifice before the wolf does, or if you have a forensics kit, that sacrifice will have a partial clue that already has 2 parts to it. And it's very, very helpful for lamb teams since, as stated, it's always a clue towards finding out who the wolf team is. Wolves, as stated, also you want to conceal them as quickly as humanly possible in most cases. Okay, also for wolves, an important aspect is cleaning up your own clues. So all you do is press Q on the clue, it'll wipe it up. Nobody after that point can pick up that clue ever.
I'm starting to get the hang of this now.
Do keep in mind, because this is an also very, very important aspect of the game. If a lamb has not picked up the clue and happens to be right next to you as you conceal a clue, it will be extremely obvious that you're a wolf. So if you're next to a lamb, do not ever conceal a clue. Because if they notice, they will single you out, and you will very, very likely die. Unless you're very experienced at this game. Alright, and then I'll just go over the wolf clue interface that you can see on the top left of my screen there, going from right to left. So, right, the rightmost number is the partial clues that have been picked up or pressed E on by either lambs or wolves. And yes, the number does go up if a wolf picks up or pretends to pick up a clue, or let's just say you pretend to pick up your own sacrifices clue. That number will also go up. So it can be misleading at times, but it's usually very accurate to tell how close lambs are to finding out you're a wolf. Also, because I didn't quite clearly say it, you do not see this interface if you're a lamb at all. So you don't know how many partials you drop as a lamb, ever. Speaking of dropped partials, that is the next number, second from the right. The 42 that's currently on screen. That is how many partial clues you've dropped over the course of the entire map. Also, on the interface, guilt. So, I'm just gonna do this real quick. Oh wait, I got rid of my crowbar. I need to get into it. Oh wait, no, there's a one in here. So, guilt. You start with a guilt level of low. Guilt level determines both the rate at which you drop partial clues on top of the likelihood of a partial clue being fingerprints or blood. Which fingerprints and blood have a much higher chance of narrowing you down as a wolf significantly. At least significantly more than hair and clothing would do. However, if your guilt is on low, aka you either haven't killed anyone yet, or you washed away your sins, like I just did at a sink, metaphorically. If you wash away and your guilt level is low, you cannot ever drop fingerprints or blood. Unless you're a lamb. So the rate at which you drop partials is around a minute to half a minute for low guilt, and then it decreases by, I believe, 10 seconds on each end for each level of guilt you go up. So medium would be 40 to 80, and high would be 30. I think high is actually 30, 50. It goes down by a significant amount on the higher end on the high spectrum. Anyway, that said, okay, so number 3, I will explain in a second, because it's easier to go over the 0, or harder to go over the 0 without going over the current 47, which is dropped full clues. So, when you are a wolf, if you hit a lamb, depending on your guilt level again, but still very high even at low, you have a chance to drop a full clue.
Sometimes good people make bad choices.
The appearance of this varies depending on what you do to the lamb. So in this case, I'm gonna throw a poison grenade. Poison grenades very, very rarely drop clues, by the way. So, or grenades in general, rather. So I'm gonna hit the bot until a full clue drops. So right here, you see how there is a scuff mark. That's how full clues with melee look.
Let's clean up this
Unfortunately, for the sake of actually using melee, it's much harder to clean up scuff marks than bullet casings, as I'm going to demonstrate right now. Alright, so bullet casing. All you have to do to clear up bullet casing is click Q on them once. Just like a normal clue, it's a very quick animation. So if you were to use some other means, such as melee or poison spray or traps, speaking of... I can go over traps real quick in a second after this suit, but scuff, like, other ways like this. Also, speaking of, when your guilt is high... Did I grab a crowbar? No. Okay, so... When your guilt is high... Let's just say you break a window. You can also drop full clues from that if your guilt is high enough. So be very, very careful what you do, if, like, after you've killed people. Anyway, if you see a mark like this, you have to do a skill check in the game to actually conceal the clue.
I have no choice but to win.
And normally for actual dead bodies will have clues that you have to conceal on them too. However, you need an item called Super Cleaner to actually clean up clues on corpses. Except for sacrifices, you can do that without Super Cleaner. And then, what's another thing? Okay, so...
Sometimes good
right,
people
I was gonna show
bad
off,
choices.
what the third number means.
What's
so,
this?
let me just pick up a few of these. So again, these are full clues. Every time you pick it up, it's like picking up a clue that's already been picked up or upgraded twice. Speaking of upgrades, because I can't show that as a wolf, because you literally cannot do that as a wolf. In this interface, if you pick up partials, you're given the option to upgrade your clues into a full clue. It costs 35 gold for clothing and hair, and if you have a fingerprint or blood, it's 50 per tier. Now then, what you do with clues, always do this. It goes a long way to solving the game. What you want to do is sell your clues to a vendor as soon as you have a full clue. So, when your clues have been sold to a shop by a lamb, the 0 will go up in number when your clues have been sold to a shop by a lamb. If they've been sold
Do you have any leads?
or put in the shop by a wolf, that number doesn't go up. Wolves can sell you out to make themselves look innocent. Like, don't blame them for that. It's a valid tactic. But, lambs, if you sell a clue to a shop, if you sell hair or clothing, you get 25 gold per clue sold. If you sell blood or fingerprints, you get 50 gold. Now, as a wolf, you can prevent other players from buying your clues by bribing the shopkeeper. It will erase it until the clue is sold to the shop by a different player other than the one who sold it initially. However, bribing staff is almost never worth doing. So don't do it. Alright, that goes over the clue interface real quick, I believe. I don't think I have anything else to say on that. So let me just go over an aspect I forgot, which are like grenades and traps, even though honestly, for the most part, they don't see much use. Okay, so... okay, I don't have any yellow items, so I can just buy
Just what I
grenade
needed.
real quick. And I just need to find... There is a bot over here, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, so grenades are self-explanatory. However, unlike a lot of like shooter games, you can't cook grenades. Explosive is self-explanatory. It does a low amount of damage. Well, the damage is based on how far they are from the grenades. If they're right on top of it, it does a lot, but if they're not close to it, it does very little. Let's see. Stun grenades also self-explanatory. Stuns the target for about second and a half or so, maybe 2. I can't really gauge time that well. Poison grenade, I already kind of said it earlier. You hit someone, they don't wear a gas mask, they take 60... After a delay, they take 60 seconds to die, and they're slowed significantly. And then you have flash grenades, which are almost entirely worthless.
What do you have?
And also, because I only had 4 slots, there's also smoke grenades. These had almost no value in the past because gas mask would completely block any ill effects, but since I don't believe I'm wearing one, as you can see, you are significantly slowed. You cannot sprint. If you do not have a gas mask, you're also motion blind, and you also cannot use any weapon if you do not have a gas mask and you're in the smoke cloud.
Money and life are one and the
So-
same.
Again, I'll show this off real quick, but if you are in focus mode, aka detective mode, you can tell what item or what utility items a person has by just looking at them. It'll show up under their health bar. The most important aspects of this, if you see a stunner, it does not tell you how many stunners they have. So, if you buy Blackout, assuming they only have 1 stunner, but they have 3, congratulations, you pretty much just wasted all of your gold on a fruitless endeavor, because Blackout costs more than 3 stunners does. However, you also see other utilities like gas mask and neck guard. So if you see someone doesn't have a gas mask, feel free to go town to them with either poison spray or smoke grenades. Smoke grenades are honestly good utility now.
What do you have?
Basically, anything that prevents the opponent from retaliating is very, very, very good. And then here you just have traps. Poison trap, self-explanatory. As I said earlier, it's basically the same as a poison grenade, but with a slightly bigger radius. So, also for traps, if you're a wolf and a wolf runs over it, you do not hear this beep. If a lamb runs over this trap, or if you are a lamb, you will hear a beep no matter what. So if you hear a beep, set the trap off. It will affect them. So I'm gonna set this stun trap real quick while I wait for the poison to actually go into effect. Stun traps are self-explanatory. It's the same as a stun grenade except with a bigger radius. And explosive traps are basically a better explosive grenade.
Hopefully I can figure this
Also,
out.
by the way, never do this. It's a waste of time. But you can disarm traps. If you disarm a trap successfully, You just claim the trap for yourself. But because you hear the beep now, this is a waste of time because whoever set the trap will almost always oh, this one's about to die. So, explosive traps. I'm just gonna make sure this is the right radius. 270-ish damage base it has a much bigger fall off range than grenades do. So you're almost always guaranteed to hit at or near max damage on traps. Stun trap, though, same as a grenade. Around a 2-second stun. No matter how much distance they are from it, but it has a bigger range. Okay, so that's all I can do for like grenades and traps. I think you get the gist of that by now. So now we're on to the last aspect of actual gameplay, which is Guardians and Harbor. As we're in training mode, there is no game timer at the top, as you can tell. Oh, right. Also, safe zones. Before I get into that, though, I forgot about safe zones. So, after the match starts, you have a 2-minute window where you cannot harm or directly affect any other player. And then, once the countdown timer hits 13 minutes, that's when the actual match, like, killing starts. Unless you are in a certain range of vendors, in which case you're considered in a safe zone and you still cannot affect other players. If you're in a safe zone, you cannot harm any players either inside or outside of it. However, you have a limited amount of time inside safe zones. Baseline, this is 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, you lose all protection in front of vendors. So, for example, because this is a bot, it's been here basically the entire time I've been trying to do this tutorial. So my safe zone timer just ran out. I can attack this bot perfectly fine, even though it's in a safe zone. So let me go get my safe zone timer back. As you can tell, you get safe zone timer back slowly. It takes twice as much time to get safe zone time back compared to how long you can stay in it. So to get the full 30 seconds back, you need to not be in a safe zone for a full minute. And since the main focus of the game is doing quests to get tokens and gold, you're likely to almost never have a full 30 seconds of safe zone time. Speaking of, okay, so we're about to go back in. So I'm gonna just show off. Since I have safe zone time, I literally cannot affect the cosplayer whatsoever. You can tell if someone has safe zone protection. Like, okay, so this anger vein means I've hit the person. If they have safe zone timer under this anger vein, they would have a golden shield.
Sometimes good people
I'll
make
just show
bad
that
choices.
So you see the shield? You can still kind of see it, even though the retaliation mark is kind of blocking most of it. Oh yeah, that's another aspect I need to go into at the end of the video. So, retaliation. So, I'm actually gonna show this off real quick, and it'll reload into the map. But if you attack the same teammate and deal lethal damage to them, you will turn to stone and die. So be careful when you're around teammates. However, there is one instance where you can attack teammates without turning to stone, and that's if said teammate attacked you first. If they attacked you first, hello cat. If they attack you first, you get an icon on them known as the retaliation icon. So
The clock
if
tower
they
breaks
hit you
and
first,
the game begins.
instead of the anger veins on them, you will see 2 crossed swords. This means that you can attack and kill your teammate without fear of turning to stone.
What do you have?
I don't know if it lasts the entire match, but for the most part, I believe it does last the entire match. I'm just gonna get all my stuff back for the Guardian explanation. Don't mind that. But yeah. A recent change to betrayal / bad guessing though is that if you are mistakenly brought low by a teammate and they're the one to deal a lethal blow to you, you'll get all of the health back that that teammate dealt to you. So
There's nothing I can't afford.
like I said, I was gonna do this.
Thanks.
So it's not necessarily a bad thing to swing wildly. You just risk mostly yourself dying. However, if most of the damage dealt to a teammate was through an opponent, and the teammate deals a lethal blow, then the teammate isn't going to get that much health back, and they're still probably going to die anyway. So all you do is kill yourself for no reason. As I said, it's very, very high risk to actually get in between 2 people killing each other unless you really know what you're doing. Alright, so for the sake of
It needs to be
this
better.
explanation,
Stronger.
we're going into Guardians. So, Guardians. And the endgame. So, in-game timer. Each first phase of the match is 15 minutes. However, you can kill Guardians to speed that timer along. So, Guardian killing. Guardians have, I believe, they have a lot of armor. I don't know how much armor, but it's a very, very significant amount.
It's like my power level is 530,000.
You're free to fight, but you must fight.
Going by the damage numbers, I believe it's equivalent to a helmet, so around 50%. Probably even 60, honestly. So, Guardians, they have 2,000 health. They're basically like, think of an objective, like, what's a good objective-based game?
It's super effective. The key is the key to winning.
I can't really think of one, but I'm sure most viewers can probably think of one better than I can. Okay, so Guardians, 2,000 health. When you kill them, they drop a key for this game. There's 4
We
Guardians.
need to get the bridge
I
raised.
will show you what happens when all 4 Guardians are
The
killed.
first
Guardians
key
are
has been delivered to
Guardians'
the door.
positions, like general positions, are completely static. So they're always going to be in the same spot if
Good.
you're on a particular map.
Wow, that's a lot of energy.
Oh, hold on. So, melee weapons are generally the best way to kill Guardians, simply because they have the highest, one of the higher damage per hits against armor. However, the best weapon for dealing with Guardians is actually the SMG.
I think I can tweak this.
Because Guardians are slow, so it's easy to just mag dump them with stacking shot. And then further armor piercing makes the damage very, very high as you get get more and more shots off. As I will demonstrate against... Where is it? Right here. Okay, as I'm going to demonstrate against this Guardian. Okay, also, okay, so Guardians have... That is Guardian's only self-defense. It's just a... Like, Guardians can't hurt you directly, but if you're stunned, and you're not the only one working on the Guardian, look out, because the other... If you get stunned, and the other person's on the other team, you're probably gonna die.
Activate interlock. Dinosaurs connected.
Wolves can carry the key, masquerading as lambs.
So the next part of my explanation is going to start after let me do that real quick. Also, keys. You can only carry one key at a time, and it doesn't. Key. If you are a key holder, your position is revealed to every player. So be very careful.
Can't have a lock without a key.
Only one more key is needed.
Sorry, I just felt like doing that. Okay, so
The lambs are chasing the
last
wolves.
one. Where-
Delightful.
oh, it's always the one by the tree. I just remember that. Okay, so last Guardian on this map is over here by the cherry tree. Also, as I said, while melee is usually one of the better options for killing Guardians, since it doesn't take ammo and all, there are certain Guardians which float higher into the air at times and make it impossible to hit with melee weapons. Also, just for the record, if the Guardian is starting with an attack, even if it dies, it can still stun you. So
the bridge.
The
be
final
very
key
careful.
has been found.
okay, so with that said, we have the fourth key. After the fourth key is put into the gate, it starts the what
I needed.
I call the harbor endgame. So, very important aspect of harbor endgame is that after a minute and a half,
Much further now.
it's easier to show you at that point, but after a minute and a half, you lose access to all consumables besides health pack and antidote. So if you want to get it, make sure you get him now. Alright, so fourth key. So this is gonna initiate the harbor phase. Or not a minute and a half, 2 minutes, but... Okay, so fourth key is put in. It raises this bridge. You have 2 minutes to enter the harbor. The harbor is a significantly smaller playing zone compared to both this map and the other map, which is, for the record, even though I'm not showing it, around a third of the size of harbor. So, you go into harbor. The harbor phase lasts 7 minutes. So, the objective is harbor. You have these 6 objectives. The goal for lambs is to completely raise all 6 anchors. If you raise all 6 anchors, lambs win. If even one of them is not completely raised, wolves win. As for phase 1, if phase 1 lasts the full 15 minutes, the harbor phase automatically starts no matter how many guardians are left. Once harbor phase starts, all safe zones are disabled. So you no longer have damage immunity while doing any action other than picking up clues from corpses. Also, harbor phase. Also, an important thing for harbor phase. After this timer ends, so after, say, 20 seconds, if you are not in this harbor, you automatically die. So do not waste too much time out of the harbor. So, because this is
Now my
training,
lungs are way more powerful.
the game will not end even if I raise all 6 anchors. So I'm just gonna show you what that's like. So each objective, the anchors, takes about 15, like 10, 15 seconds. Like I said, I'm bad at counting. I think it's 15 seconds to raise up. I'm just gonna count from... Like, don't mind me, I'm not very bright because I forget there is a giant timer in the middle of the screen. So I'm going to count from 4:15 and see how long it takes to raise. Also, as you can tell, as a wolf, you have the option to reset anchor progress. Kind of like PBD. Yeah, it's about 15 seconds. 16, technically. As you can tell from the map, there are chests available. There does exist Quartermaster and Shadow Broker, so if you have money, no tokens, and still, for some reason, don't have a gun, you can still buy a gun, if you so wish. Alternatively, Shadow Brokers exist for tracking other players' exact locations. And for some reason, if you're still using assassination-based items, you can still buy them from the Shadow Broker as well. On top of just having access to every kind of chest in Harbor. So I believe that is a general explanation of how the game flow actually goes. I'm so sorry, I cannot do parkour to save my life. Also, for the record, the harbor is actually, believe it or not, the exact same no matter which map you're on. The only difference is which side you enter the harbor from. So, on the base map, where am I right now? So, if you were playing Lunam Wing, the small map, you would enter from here. Which makes the nearest vendor the Shadow Broker, if you still need to get items. However, if you were to enter from Solarium, which is the map that I'm trying to show off, you enter from this side, which gives you significantly easier access to the Quartermaster if you need to buy a gun. Anyway, I believe that's about all I can explain for these aspects. Hopefully that helps you understand the game flow better. I can't really teach you much about like pathing and stuff, because that's just a matter of gameplay experience. Like, for quests, you can either follow the tracking line, or honestly, because the tracking line doesn't always show you the fastest path, with experience you'll eventually learn like parkour and stuff to get you to your quest markers faster. And honestly, the lines don't always account for things like doors or like windows you can break or things like that. So it's just a matter of learning the map. Just get experience. This game isn't a game you can master in just like 4 or 5 hours or so. Like, it's not like quick drop-in shooter games like Fortnite, for example. Even though Fortnite's not really a good example, Fortnite's also a game that takes a very, very long time to learn. I would say maybe PUBG is probably the best example of a drop-in you do well game because of certain mechanics in that game. Anyway, like I said, this timer means nothing because it's training mode. But yeah, okay, so that's a good example of gameplay, I believe. If you have any questions, just leave like a comment. I'm happy to try to explain any kind of mechanic. Okay, so right now, let's just go over the main menu interface. I'm sorry this is on the tail end of the video. I probably should have done it at the beginning, but it's better to explain game mechanics early because that's what beginner players struggle with the most. So, let's go back to the main menu. You always have this guide here for, like, more in-depth mechanics questions, like, say, how status effects work, even though I think I did a decent job explaining them. Feel free to join the Discord if you want to look for, like, a duo partner. Speaking of duos, this does support queuing together, unlike what is advertised, because that never got updated. You can only party with one other person right now. Because in the past, you're guaranteed to get on the same team as anyone you're partied with. So, if you're partied with, if you were partied with 3 people and you got put onto the Lamb team, then you start knowing that 3 of your teammates are Lambs, which is extremely powerful metagame information. And that's why the party size was nerfed to 2 players. Like, I do feel bad for people who wanted to play in large groups, but it had to be done. Okay, so let's go over, I'll just go over the options menu. You have basic settings. This game does have open mic and push to talk if you still want to, subtitles, things like that. Gameplay, most options are available. I still have no idea if automatic vaulting actually works. You have a lot of text language options here. I'll just scroll them really quick. The announcers and voices, I believe, are only in English and Japanese, though. Resolution, basic stuff. Don't mind my medium low settings. This game isn't quite fully optimized yet since it's still early access, but like I said, if you have performance issues, don't feel bad or upset that you have to lower settings. The game still looks great even with lower settings. Is there anything else here? So I'm just gonna lower that to 0, even though I have motion blur off anyway. Let's see. I mean, there's not as many settings as most games have, but trust me, it's not necessary. Controls. Almost everything is customizable. I don't know if it actually went into effect or not, but some character perks have an active ability, and to use active abilities and like let's say ping wheel abilities, like let's see. I believe you need to press 5 to by default to use the ping wheel or the emote wheel. Where is it? It should be up here. Yeah. 5 to use the ping or emote wheel. Most of them are like marking or pinging. Previously, or I don't know if it's still the case, you have to bind either Control, Shift, or Alt to them to actually be able to use those functions. I don't know if that's still the case, but it likely is. And as I was attempting to say before, if your character has an active ability before, you would also need to bind it to Control, Shift, or whatever, plus another key. I don't believe that one is still the case, but I also haven't played a character with an active since the last patch. Interface. Okay, so this is honestly the most important menu for new players. I'm gonna tell you right now, streamer mode. Honestly, if you use streamer mode, don't use any cosmetics, because if you use cosmetics, it's still gonna be extremely obvious who you are. Also, streamer mode only affects your in-game name. So once you're out of the game and go to your match history, you'll know who the other person was. So for the most part, this is almost completely worthless. Wolf list. This just determines how your clues as a lamb show up in the interface. So if this is let's just say suspect focused. So suspect focused is, I hope that doesn't reset that. Okay, it doesn't. So suspect focused. Every single character who's on a clue will just show up on one list. However, it'll only show 4 at one time, and no matter what kind of clue it is, it's on the same list. It's very confusing, and it's a large reason why I don't use it. So what I think most players use is the clue focus banner, where you have a separate interface for each clue. However, you can only show 4 at a time, no matter how many you have or have bought. So, speaking of buying clues, I don't think I said that. Once you share a clue to a shop as either a wolf or a lamb, especially as a lamb, other players can buy your clues for either 25 gold for the lower end clues like hair, clothing, or 50 gold for better clues like fingerprints and blood. Speaking of clues, well, now we go into match score, which I'm not really going to get into because all it does is determine account EXP levels. But yeah, clue focus. So for each full clue you have a separate list for who the clue can possibly pertain to. As I said, if you play full on Stalker, you already know who the clue belongs to, but for the most part, most clues will have a list of somewhere between 2 to 5 people, depending on how many players the lobby has. So each specific clue, like say, you can have 2 wolf clues that have the same person on them, but there's a chance that if the game isn't very late, that the person who's on both clues isn't a wolf at all. It's likely, but there's still a good chance. There's still a decent chance that they're not a wolf. So unless they're like hard confirmed, either by catching them doing an obvious wolf action, like concealing a clue like right in front of you, or concealing a sacrifice. Speaking of concealing sacrifice, by the way, the animation for picking a clue up and concealing on a sacrifice is completely different. So if you see someone pick up evidence, they could be either a lamb or a wolf pretending. But if you just see someone kneel down and just mess with the body or sacrifice in this case, they're 100% a wolf. And then you just have okay, so that's all I can really tell you about clues, like, for real this time. So this bit is just how you choose to get notifications in the game. You have Flourish, which is just a very stylized pop-up on the middle of your screen. Like, very stylized. Event Feed is just a small little bar near the bottom, like where your perks are. It's much less detailed, but at the same time, in certain aspects, it does give you more detail, like leveling up normally with with Flourish doesn't tell you get more HP, for example. Even though that's kind of obvious if you actually pay attention to that. Speaking of leveling, max level is 10, by the way. Alright, account. I don't really need to go into this. It's just privacy stuff. Okay, so let's go up from there. Career. So, in the career tab, you have your basic overview. It gives you your overall win rate, how many matches you live until the end of the match, your KDR, and your average end-of-game score. End-of-game score is complicated. It has a lot of different factors depending on kills, assists, guardians killed, clues picked up or concealed, depending on what team you're on, your net worth, whether you survive or not, and there's other factors too that I don't remember off the top of my head. But for the most part, it doesn't really matter except for account EXP games, so don't worry about that. As you can tell, you have your top 3 characters played, sorted. It goes, the only stat these are sorted by are win rate. Everything else is secondary. Do not mind the otaku character. It's I feel like it's very strong right now, but I'll get into that later. These are accolades. I believe it's on this tab. Yeah. So these are just the 4 most recent accolades you get. They give a significant amount of EXP if you manage to complete them. And then, let's see. So, and these are just overall stats. It calculates your average for a lot of various things, which I want to say, for the most part, do not matter. But hey, if you're a numbers nerd or something, hats off to you. Fun fact, Guardians used to have 2,500 health, so if you... The actual best number you can have for this is 10,000, so if you do not have 10,000 or more than 8,000 before the Guardian HP nerf, then Congrats, you now can only get 8,000 as your best score for this. Did I really deal almost 5,000 damage in one match once? That's kind of ridiculous. I'm just scrolling down so you can kind of see what... Oh yeah, this number is ridiculous because I'll go over lawyer later. That's how you get this number. It's basically no longer possible. Don't worry about that. Let's see. Oh, okay. So this XP isn't account XP. It's character EXP per match. 2,700 is the max because that's what you need to reach level 10. Okay, and then this tab's just your match history. It basically never expires. This is what, 8 per screen? I have 1,400 games played. Jesus Christ. Okay, and these are just challenges. You have both weekly. Weeklies give 700 account EXP per completion. You're given 1 reroll per day. So if you don't like your current quest, you can reroll each quest once. Personally, I don't like stealing items, so I'm gonna reroll that real quick for when I do it later today. The most common quests, play a match, win a match without dying, kill wolves, kill lambs, steal items from players. However, if you play gangster, it also counts if you steal from staff, but I'll get into that later because that's a character perk. And then set traps. Set traps is like very AFK, but it's also kind of trolling if you're not playing certain characters, which I'll also get into in a minute or two. And then you have accolades. These are just like one-time completions, kind of like challenges, as you can kind of tell here. Some of them are just lifetime things like kill a lot of lambs, wolves, get kills via certain ways. Getting 10 kills via poison damage is really hard, by the way. It's going to take you a while. Same with traps, unless you're playing a hunter. Doing 4 guardians is a fight I will recommend as a certain character in a little bit. Killing 3 wolves, that's just a matter of getting better at the game. Once you're good at the game, doing this is honestly fairly easy. What else? Oh, this one is just deception. If you do this, you might get people to trust you if you've been diligent about concealing your clues. This one is just this win a match as the only player alive. It's a matter of time, but at the same time, it's very, very, very unlikely that a match comes down to 1v1. Trades. Trades are a aspect that I can't show on this video since one, I'm solo, and 2, this is a mechanic that almost no one ever uses. So how you do it? Let me go into controls. So to trade, what you do is you hit the item wheel, you hover over the item you want to hand out to another player, and then you hit Y. And if the other player wants the item, they can hit E and take it. It's useful if you're playing with like a duo partner who has an aspect that can help you. So I'll get into that in character perks again. Kill 10 lambs in a single match is honestly the hardest accolade. Both because, one, as of me doing this video, most lobbies don't have 10 lambs in them. Especially during certain times of the day. So until people start playing the game more frequently, play the game more frequently. It's a good game. This is almost impossible to get. Even if there are 10 lands in the game, you still have to do essentially a total lobby kill solo. And one more aspect. If you kill 10 lands in a single match, and you are the last wolf, and you die, there is a bug that still has not been fixed, where if you are the last player alive, and you die, you get 0 accolade progress towards anything. So, maybe one day that'll get fixed. Probably not, though. But I have faith. Alright, so, back. Customize is the next one, strangely. So, customize is just, if you're playing the free trial, this does not apply, because you cannot get skins or basically any of this. So, you have, character skins, if you so wish. Most of them are through, the shop microtransactions. But however, if you did, pay for the game, it's only $2.50. Buy the damn game. If you did, as there is a account EXP also. I'm sorry. God, I have a chronic cough. I can't really do anything about that. But account EXP also counts towards character experience. And character experience has their own rewards track, and at level 19 on every character, you get a free skin. But it's usually just a recolor. However, a skin's a skin. Take it or leave it. Weapon skins. Weapon skins are usually from the Battle Pass track, if you did still spend money to play the game, or through the microtransaction shop if you really like a particular skin. I am an RGB gamer, so I'm out. Body armor skin, like accessory skins like armor, this stuff is rare. Grenade skins do not currently work, so do not bother with that. As you can tell, I applied it and it immediately goes back, so no point. Emotes. Just funny things.
Turbo!
And then you have stamps. These are amusing. They just show up right next to your character. Yes, I too am disgusted at the state. Just kidding. This is honestly the best state the game's ever been in. So let's see. Thumbs up. Anyways, beyond that, we have banners. As you can tell, there is a near collaboration. You can get a lot of banners if you pay for the game. I'm not sure if they're gonna do a rerun, but they also had various Square Enix games as collabs, because believe it or not, Square Enix is part of the dev team for this. So let's see, you have Octopath here, Final Fantasy, Bravely, Star Ocean, Valkyrie Profile, Code Rain. I still need to play Code Rain at some point. Live a Live, one of my favorite games of all time, by the way. Secret of Mana. And right now you have, as I said, the Nier Automata collab, and there was plenty of banners just for that game. And then you just have other banners. There's some in the shop as per usual, some in the Battle Pass, some Some you just get for leveling your account too, not even in the battle pass. And then you just also have various banners for character leveling up. Same you'd get emotes and stickers for or stamps. Are they stamps? Yeah, stamps. You get both of those for character tracks as well. And then you have titles. Again, character tracks, shop, battle pass. You do not. These only show up on the lobby menu and at the end of the game for the top 5 players in the game. I choose perpetually sleep deprived because, let's be real, that's my life. Okay, so as we go up, shop is next. The shop. So, 5 tabs. There are 3 currencies with which to get items. If you buy the game, buy the game. So there's these, wolf tokens. This is the premium currency, as in you spend, money. It's called lupite. I just call them, wolf tokens. Because they make it look like a wolf. These are for the more premium items. So most of the skins in here are considered in the premium tab. So let me go over these first. So this is the normal rotating shop. Basically there is a set of 700 lupite skins, character skins. Sometimes there's a beta gamer skin that shows up in here for 1500. It's a very good skin if you like playing the gamer. I do recommend it if you are willing to invest more in this game. Please do. You have accessory, armor, gun skins. Certain weapon skin lines cost 1500 as if they're premium. Some of them only cost 700 though. Like say for throwables and stuff, those would be more along the 700 line for certain lines, or 400 if they're not in the premium section. Then you have like emotes and stamps. I believe all stamps are 100, and emotes are based around. Actually,
What do you say, huh?
Oh yeah, this is a team emote. You need 2 people to do that. So emotes that let you interact with another player are 600. Dancing emotes are 400. And regular emotes are
Hey,
300.
Dipstick! You want a piece of me?
And then you have banners. So the paid banners are baseline 300 if they do not have a variation, and then depending on variations, it ranges from, I believe, 400 to 600. Okay, and then in the next tab you have the premium skins. These are like more than just recolors and stuff. They all cost 1500. As you can tell, the collab skins are current near collab skins are all 1500. So these are your options if you want to look fancy, like get good at the game and want to look fancy so people take you seriously for some reason. And then you have the K-Bucks shop. So K-Bucks. K-Bucks are only attainable through... Actually, let me double check real quick. Where is it? It would be under Battle Pass. I'll just go into this real quick. Let's do a character I play a lot. So yeah, K-Bucks can only be attained through the Battle Pass, the current event track, and the Your Account track. But it is a free currency. Unless you're on the trial, then you can't get it, because you can't get pass rewards on the trial. But yeah, these are all free. You will get these eventually. Um, it's basically like earlier. I'm not sure if there's dance emotes in here, but weapon skins are all going to be 8,000. Emotes, as far as I know, are all 4,200. I don't know if there's dance emotes, but if there are, they might be more. All stamps are 1,400. All titles are 500, except for the Zodiac titles. Those are only 100. And then you have banners here. Banners without variations are less variations are 6,000. I don't believe there's any K-Bucks banners that don't have variations. Let me just double check the ones down here real quick. These are all premium anyway. Okay, so if it has 3 or less variations, I believe they're all 6,000, and the 4 variation or more banners are all 8,000. And then you have the character tab. So if you did, in fact, advance past your free trial, you'll get character tickets. Every character that's not part of your base set costs 100 tickets, except for martial artists, who only costs 40, because it's a very good character for countering insta kills. But it's not as good for other things. I will get into character-related strengths and weaknesses in a few minutes after I go over the passes, because I believe the passes are up next. Yes. Okay, so Battle Pass. This is the event pass. While the collab is ongoing, it has 50 levels. You get K-Bucks, titles, tickets, banners. You stop getting, hold on, I gotta reply to this. And then past 36, it's all K-Bucks and character tickets. You do not need to pay money for this, so go wild. Battle Pass. There is a premium pass. This is the second battle pass. Speaking of battle passes, there is no battle pass FOMO. You can switch between them at any point, similar to what Dead Game DCV tried to do before that game died. Don't let this game die. So there is a free track and a paid track. Naturally, the paid track will have way better stuff on it, like better weapon skins, emotes. The free track is mostly just K-Bucks and character tickets. There are some decent stuff on the free track at points, but for the most part, you need to get the paid pass to get the better weapon skins, and this skin at the end, which I'm not a fan of leopard print. This skin, however, is really nice. I will give them that. This is a free reward if you're willing to go all the way to Battle Pass 80. Then you have the lifetime account rewards. You do get weapon skins all the way up to 200, though after 100, a lot of this track is mostly just K-Bucks and character tickets, except for this. And then you have character rewards. Character rewards are just a simple 20 level track. Very, very easy to complete in just 2 or 3 days or so. Each track has, I believe, 2 or 3 banners, 2 or 3 titles, actual character lore, a lobby BGM for when you're queued up, and emote or two. Am I forgetting anything? And the level 19 skin, which is usually a recolor, but sometimes it's not. And I already showed this last tab. It's just switching between battle passes. All right, and then we get into the crux of the game, the actual play menu. So, you have the option of a tutorial. I would just play it just to get used to controls and stuff. It doesn't really teach you like live gameplay. That's learned through like actual experience. Though if you actually listen to the explanations earlier, um, and keep them in mind, you'll get around a little bit easier, I believe. You have training if you just want to practice things like routing and stuff, learn the map, get used to how guns feel, and like time to kill, stuff like that. You have plenty of bots like to practice stuff on. Custom lobbies. There are sometimes customs going around, but they're almost never public. You'd have to like go into the game official Discord and try to find lobby codes. Most of the time, private lobbies are based in Japan, so you'll almost always get Japan ping through them. But it's really the only really reliable way to play full 24 player lobbies right now, while people still put the game down way too soon. You know who you are. Ranked isn't a thing yet. I'm not sure if it ever will be, but if it is, yay, MMR. Okay, so casual. So this is just character select. So you can pick your region here. If you pick automatic, you just get sent to whatever region has the most players in the queue right now, which is at this time of actually recording this video, Japan. You'll get a queue estimate down here. It's not always accurate, honestly. You can pick your server. It'll give you a slightly better chance of actually getting to your server, but it's still based on whatever most people in lobby have selected. So even if you say pick US East, you're still most likely going to get sent to say Japan or US West. Or actually, it would be US East, since US East is considered the middle ground between the other two regions. And then you basically have your character select here. You have the random option if you just want to mess around. So I will be going through characters in order, left to right, top to bottom, etc. So you have the astronomer.
Ready to launch.
Astronomer has the character perks. At level 2, you have 25% faster move speed and are quieter when you're running around and not inside a building or have anything hanging overhead. Honestly, one of the best perks in the game for actually getting around and getting your quests done quickly. However, since most quest markers are indoors, it's harder to take advantage of having to get quests that send you into the same building. So, slight disadvantage there, but still one of the best perks in the game. And then you have homemade goggles, which is basically a better infrared goggles. You're immune to blind and can see through walls without going into detective mode. Basically wall hacks. So it's basically impossible to surprise her. On a tier list, because I don't feel like bringing one up, I would rate her top 6, 7 right now. She has the move speed going for her and the wall hacks, but she does have clear weaknesses like no additional damage buffs, and honestly, sometimes controlling a zooming character is kind of hard.
This will be but a footnote
Now we
in my
have the
history.
freshly nerfed author. Her level 2. Easier quests. What this translates to in game. When you take a quest, your possible quest pool is smaller because it will give you quests that are closer to the vendor for the most part. Do keep in mind that a player cannot have the exact same quest as another player. So let's say you have a basic fetch quest that leads you to a marker. Another player cannot have a fetch quest that leads to that same marker at the same time you have that quest active. So let's say if players have quests active that are near the vendor that you're getting quests from, you're more likely to still get sent far away from the vendor. So usually a good perk, but not that consistent. And then you have the freshly nerfed VIP perk. What VIP used to do is let you use every single staff secondary action, which is listed here. I didn't go over it in-game, but I'll go over it now. So what you can do, at the doctor, you can full heal and remove all status effects for 50 gold. Author could do that for free. At shadow brokers or managers, you can track any player with a track line and give you their distance away from you, which updates every few seconds. Author could do that for free. She could bribe clues that are given if she's a wolf for free, or most brokenly, she can buy sold clues for free, which if she's in a duo lets her give very, very detailed information on who's what to her duo partner without them having to buy clues themselves. Speaking of bot clues, something I did not go over in-game is if you are identified as a wolf, any player who has you fully identified deals 20% extra damage to you. So yeah, while it's risky to conceal your clues sometimes, make sure you do it. You don't want to die faster. I always underestimate the bonus damage. But yeah. But she was just nerfed, so now you can do one of these things, and then you have to wait 30 seconds to do it again. So you cannot simply buy up every clue in the shop for free anymore. You have to wait a lengthy cooldown between each clue. So, current author, mid-tier. Not low end, but I wouldn't rate her high end anymore. However, also, I actually kind of forgot. So there are 2 quests that are significantly easier to do as author. Decrypt quests. As an author, if you get a decrypt quest, the only option for finding in the grid is a 4x4 2x2 of the same symbol. So they're incredibly easy to find. Also, if you get the blue symbol quests, instead of having to search the narrow blue box for it, the tracking line will just lead you straight to the symbol. So that's two aspects in which it's easier if you particularly hate doing those two quests. Then Author might be for you. Moving on. Boxer.
Fists are ready to fly.
Boxer is the premier grappling character. So at level 2, you take 20% less physical damage. What this translates to is 20% damage from anything that's not damage over time, like bleeding and tossing. Very underrated perk. But I wouldn't call it top tier because they're still quite easy to kill with damage over time. However, that leads into their second perk, which is a huge grapple buff. You deal 25% more grapple damage. This does stack with strength pills, so you deal 75% more. What this translates to on paper is you deal around 300 something damage per hit. On top of that, you get +2 grapple strength. What this translates to is their success zones for grapples are very, very small. As in, they don't have a perfect... Sometimes they won't have the perfect block check anymore, which means they have to block even more grapple punches. This is the very definition of a snowball character. You basically need level advantage. Level advantage means they need to block more shots as well. However, as you can see under the perks, you can only use your fists as a boxer, which means you cannot backstab with a knife. A knife does not contribute to grapple damage. And you cannot use blackout powder. So, as far as I'm aware, if you can, then I've never seen it, honestly. But overall, snowbally character, very good if you get ahead. Not particularly great if you're not ahead. So you need skill to use a boxer. CEO.
No one's ready for me.
This is basically one of the economy characters right now. So at level 2, you get an extra 25 gold per quest. So 75 gold per quest is huge. It gets you your upgrades, your weapon upgrades much faster, and armor upgrades if you choose to go that route, which you might have to sometimes depending on who's on the other team. Let's see. However, it also runs counter to his level 4, which gives you a health and damage boost depending on your gold. It's not a flat... it's not like linear or what would this be? Quadratic or linear? But it doesn't... It's not 5% per 100. You get smaller bonuses that if you're under 100, and it scales up to 25% at 500. Think of it like that. So, This is the get online quicker character. Or one of them. There are other characters like this. Right now, I would rate CEO as mid-high tier. Very good to get online. Does have a moment of weakness after they upgrade their weapon where they're not as durable and strong. So if you want to kill them then.
Everyone has a
con man.
weakness. I'm here to find it.
Used to be very strong if you can find gold pickups consistently. Now that they give 25 less gold, not particularly great, but it's still a decent perk. And then is level 4. So Conman is also a character you play when you duo if you want to play the information feeding role. So at level 4, every time you pick up a partial clue, it counts as 2 partial clues, so you would only have to upgrade it once. Unless you were to pick up a partial from, like, a dead body or a sacrifice, in which case... Well, not a dead body. A dead body would give you a full clue. But, from a sacrifice, since it only counts as 2 partials, if you pick up a partial from a sacrifice, it would give you a full clue instead. Not a full clue and a 1-part second clue. That's not how that works. And then, but if he's on a wolf team, if he's level 4, it doubles the timer to drop partial clues. So you'll get found out half as often. But before level 4, you still drop it at the same rate, so if you're not diligent, you'll still get found out decently quickly. Right now, I don't think Conman is particularly good. But if helping your teammates is your style and you're not confident on your aim, so you can help your better aim teammate, maybe pick Conman. Cosplayer.
Ready to win.
Currently one of the stronger end player characters in the game. Level 2. This is inactive. She has a hedgehog pet. If you use this ability, you can use it to fetch items for you. Like, Smite would be the best example because it's the only one I can actually think of with a character that can remotely buy items. Chang'e. I'm thinking of. So, you send the hedgehog to buy items for you. How long it takes to get the item depends on how much the item costs in shop. So, I believe weapons take 2.5 minutes or so to get a gun. Like, either 1:40 or 2 minutes to get a melee weapon, if you go that route. Blackout, I think, is also 1:40. 50 gold items take only 40 seconds to get. Gold, if you can choose to just get flat gold too, that takes, I believe, 1:20. But if you choose, it's easier to just check if you pick cosplayer in game. And her strong point is her level 4. She gets free healing whenever she's in a safe zone, and she has a 10-second longer safe zone time. So she can be in safe zones for up to 40 seconds. Because she gets free healing, and healing I believe can never be discounted in any way unless you are playing a certain character. Very strong character. I would rate her certainly top 5. I don't know where in top 5 I would put her right now, but definitely top 5. Cowgirl.
Let's hop to it.
Honestly, used to be one of the strongest characters in the game in one of the previous patches. Now, mostly mid to mid-high. So her level 2, it's basically a stacking passive because the revolver does not get the stacking shot passive that some other guns have. However, unlike other stacking shot passives, which don't reset the bonus based on missing, they reset based on time, this one does reset when you miss. So you have to hit your shots consistently. And her other level 4 is, as I believe I'd mentioned, it's basically stabilizer for free, but with 25% less accuracy. So there is a small crosshair deviation, but it's very insignificant. And since you're playing Cowgirl for level 1, you usually want to go Silencer for more damage anyway. So, like I said, mid-high tier, she has basically no utility besides her damage. But she does have the bonus of always getting a revolver in a gun chest if you spend 3 tokens for one.
I've got
On
the
to
experience it
Detective.
takes to win.
Before a certain patch, I would have called this character one of the butts of the game. Not very good. Now, one of the better characters in the game. Okay, so his level 2. You get an additional 25 health for every clue you pick up. Do note that when you are a wolf, concealing clues does not give this bonus. So if you want the health bonus, you have to pretend to pick up the clue first. Also, as a bonus perk, you normally, to see clues from far away, you need to be in detective mode, aka focus. However, the detective can do that without being in focus. So, not only do you move faster when... You move slower in focus, by the way. So, you can move quicker while still being able to see clues clearly. Except for, I believe, full clues. You still need focus mode to see full clues clearly. And then his level 4 is honestly quite broken for helping the lamb team. So, when you're a lamb, you need a very significant amount of gold to upgrade clues, especially if they're only level 1. So, as a detective, once you're level 4, basic ones, hair and clothing, you only need 15 gold per upgrade, which only nets you a 5 gold loss when selling them to the shop. So this is the team player, a big team player, if you pick up clues. Remember, always sell your clues to the shop. It helps the team. Also, with this passive, if your clue is level 2 and you upgrade a clue, you still get profit out of it. And then your wolf part of this passive is mostly negligible, but it saves a lot of time because you don't have... If you come across a situation where you have to do the skill check minigame for a full clue, this skips the minigame. It used to also do the animation ridiculously fast. But it no longer does that. Overall, definitely a high tier character right now, just for the extra health. 250 health is huge. Like, if he's fully armored up, good luck chewing through 800 health at the end game.
Let's roll the dice.
Gambler. This is the character you play when you absolutely hate getting poisoned. Her level 2 is this is the RNG character, basically. So, mystery chests, as I said, they can have any item in the game. However, if you play Gambler and are level 2, mystery chests will much more frequently have items which have a higher cost than 50 in them. Do note that this is still a very large pool of items. So, if you're hunting for a weapon or armor in particular, good luck, because you still have to go through things like poison spray, darts, blackout. Like, it cuts down on utility being in the chest for the most part, but it's still a crapshoot. Also, when you play Gambler, always pick up items. Anytime after you're level 2, anytime you pick up an item off the ground, you have a 25% chance to get 25 gold for no reason. So, if you're lucky, high economy character. If you're unlucky, you still get 8 gold when you sell it, so. And then you have her level 4, so the first time you're hit by a debuff every 30 seconds, it doesn't affect you, and for the next 4 seconds, you can't get debuffs at all. After 4 seconds pass, you can still get debuffed as normal. So, if you're playing Gambler, you always want to stay on top of whoever you're fighting, while they can't debuff you. Right now, this is another mid-tier character, I believe. She has value, but it's hard to put her value into practice. So, let's move on to Gamer. The objectively best character in the game the previous patch. Not so anymore. But still pretty good if you know what you're doing. So, Gamer passive. Level 2. You level up 35% faster from everything. Do you remember that levels give you 30 more health every level? It also makes it easier to defend from being grappled. And there's some other perk that I can't remember off the top of my head, but 30 health is huge. It's usually the difference between dying from damage over time and not dying. So don't underestimate it. And then you have her level 4, which was the most broken perk in the game. Her level 4 currently is, if you take any sort of damage whatsoever, even if you had, say, a Ghost Shield potion, which would shield the damage, you move and deal 25% more damage for 10 seconds. In practice, this applies to damage over time, so if you're affected by a long damage over time effect that you're resistant to, congratulations, you now have a very long-lasting 25% move and damage bonus. What made this broken before this patch was the value used to be 50%, which meant it looked like she was speed hacking. And it made it very hard to actually engage a gamer because she dealt 50% more damage to you in retaliation. So it's like, if she engaged on you, what are you gonna do? Fight back? She's just going to kill you way faster. But yeah, at 25... Sorry, my nose is kind of stuffy. At 25%, it's not nearly as impactful as it was. As I will bring up later with a certain character who I now consider the strongest character currently in the patch. However, Gamer, I would still argue, is a top 5 character if you know what you're doing. Because damage and move speed is still impactful. Like, very impactful. Gangster,
begin.
one of the top 3 characters in the game right now for very, very good reasons. So, you have his level 1. Or level 2, rather. Every 60 seconds, you can, so I didn't go over pickpocketing, but if you stand behind someone and hit the pickpocket hotkey, you get a little skill check minigame where if you hit the skill check zone, you can take one utility or consumable item of your choice. Unless you're playing Thief, but I'll get into Thief later. If you're Gangster, you can choose to do this to vendors. However, as you see now, there is a limit on what you can steal. So anything that's up to 125 gold. The most common use of this is to firstly steal a helmet. Helmet at armors only costs 125 gold, and that saves you 2 quest tokens. Otherwise, the most common use is to just go to a manager and steal any buff consumable you want, or right now, I would put money into either neck guard, or if you know someone's running around with like a lot of poison spray, gas mask. Like, even though I say no one really buys gas mask anymore, it's still valuable. Like, never underestimate it. And then you have his tier 4, which I already mentioned when I was in the game as him getting, but when you play as Gangster, when you have an SMG, which you're guaranteed to get in gun chests if you don't have one already, once you're level 4, SMGs will have all of the tier 1 upgrades. Like, you don't get one, you get all 3. Which means, 1, you don't have to pay for the upgrades, which means you have to spend less money to get it to tier 3. And 2, that makes the SMG extremely accurate hip firing. You have max mag size, and it deals more damage than if any other character had it. So, I believe I said earlier that SMG is one of the strongest guns in the game. This character is why. Definitely one of the strongest characters in the game right now.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Handyman. Used to be bottom of the barrel. Barely anyone ever played him because this is mostly a, or was a team play character, but back then, upgrading items used to cost a lot less than they do now. So that'll be reflected in his perks. So his level 2, repair items without repair kits. But I didn't go in on gameplay, so Burn, what are repair kits and why do you need to use them? Okay, so when you kill a player, about 80% of their inventory will be considered as a broken item initially, which means you can't loot it off their body. And this gradually increases over time. So, say initially they had 4 items that you could loot. Later on, some of those items might degrade and become broken. And there is this item in the game that you can buy at, I believe, armor called repair kits, which you can also find randomly throughout the map, and they do stack. Which lets you repair and loot one item of your choice. it does consume the kit. Like, that's why they're stackable. But if you're playing Handyman, you can do this without a repair kit, which means you can loot any item you want off of any body. So let's say you get lucky and kill someone who happened to have a fully upgraded weapon before you. I don't know how this would be possible with his level 4, but you can take their item. Speaking of level 4, as I went into earlier, upgrading guns is extremely expensive. You need around 450 gold. A handyman only needs 225 gold. So if you are willing to put up with weapon RNG, which most people mostly don't really have much of a choice in that matter, congratulations, you now have a level 3 weapon way before anyone else on the map will. Now, you do have a very clear weakness. Can you see it on the screen? His hitbox is very large. The biggest in the entire game. So, you pay for the cost of getting stronger earlier with being extremely easy to hit and kill. So, as strong utility as having a strong weapon early is, this character I would still say is mid to mid-high tier.
There is strife.
However,
Ready
do
as
not
I'll ever be.
underestimate.
The spirits are with me.
Healer. Used to be one of the most annoying characters in the game. For good reason. Now, not so much. Honestly, I barely ever see a healer now. So, her level 2. On maps, you will see sometimes glowing little flower patches. This is meaningless for every character but the healer. As a healer, you can pick healing herbs at them. Healing herbs are basically a stackable health pack. I believe the max stack you can get is either 2 or 3, I don't remember. Oh wait, no, it's 3. I remember I had a friend who wanted to use healer a bit last night and gave me 3, and they all managed to go into the same stack. Very, very good, very useful, good for certain strategies. Also, you can, these are tradable, so, but you do have to trade them one by one. So, if you have a friend who's very good at fighting, give them 3 free health kits. They will love you. Speaking of healing, she has her level 4. Any healing item. By the way, this does include, I believe this does include antidotes, but I'm not entirely sure on that. But, actually no, it has to restore health, according to that. So, health kits and the herbs. They now give you 300 health and cure every debuff you're afflicted with. This includes bleeding, poison, toxic, curse, and slow. I don't know if there's and disorient, but if you're disoriented, you're probably being murdered, and a healing herb isn't going to help. Same with blind, really. Also, this will overheal you and give you a 150 damage shield. As far as I know, the shield does not degrade. So, As long as you use a healing item before going out, you're always going to have an extra 150 health. Is this good enough to be good in the current game? Kind of. Mid to low, honestly. Mid to mid-low. Hunter.
Hear my call to the wind.
Hunter is the I like to play with traps and sit in rooms character. However, you do have a very useful level 4 for not doing that, so we'll get into that. So, as a hunter, you have better traps, which means you have damage, radius, and potency bonuses. What do these mean? Damage means your explosive traps now, by default, do almost 400 damage. This is going to kill anybody before... Basically, any character that's not a detective before minute 5. There are other characters that can survive it, but it's very unlikely. However, one of the upgrades is explosive resistance, so explosive resistance will neuter this because also there's the resist potion, which also reduces explosive damage. And body armor, technically, but body armor doesn't reduce it by as much. What am I thinking of? I'll think of it later. Well, radius is self-explanatory. It hits over... traps hit over a wider area. And potency. When it was brought up to me the other day, I was like, what does potency even do for traps? Because there's no damage over time trap. Then I remembered potency affects poison. So, if you use a poison trap as a hunter, the poison will kick in, and it'll be like having the poison spray potency upgrade, which will let the trap kill them in 45 seconds instead of 60. I always think the potency upgrade lowers it to only 40, but then I remember the timer ticked down while you're in the stun animation, so it's actually 45. So, and then you have her level 4. This is for when you want to go outside your little cubby hidey hole. So Hunter can... So I'll go over the first part, because that's kind of self-explanatory, but Hunters can track whenever they want from the tab menu. So tabbing brings up the player list. You can track any player from that menu as a hunter. You can't do it as any other character. From that menu, you can mark them as lambs or wolves if they're not like full confirmed. If you yourself are sure, like outside of the clue mechanic, but that's a time-consuming thing. Also, when you inspect a dead player, you will automatically track whoever killed them. However, this track doesn't last forever. It only lasts about half a minute. And unless said player is really close, it doesn't tell you who did it. Or what character did it. As a just in case you can't find them for whatever reason. Also, you do get 25% more damage for any character you are tracking. What this equates to is you don't need to spend gold to track from a Shadow Broker or Manager. Hunter, right now, because they reduced the damage bonus on track, I would put in a mid, yeah, just mid tier. Good, like okay-ish, somewhat to good, but not my cup of tea right now. I used to play Hunter all the time when the damage bonus was 50%. However, it takes skill to use the tracker part of her kit, because you can't track outside of the tab menu. So if you want the damage bonus, you have to basically go into a safe spot and track them. Unless you're willing to take the risk of standing still in combat and doing it like that, which is very risky. Next is Lawyer.
Time to prosecute a victory.
One of the most annoying characters in the game, and I don't mean that as in annoying as in they're annoying. They are good. I mean annoying as in before a certain patch, they would like to stand in one area of the map and never, ever, ever leave it for whatever reason. For this reason, level 2. You get to choose what kind of quest you do. How you would play this before said patch was, you would always go to a bar, you would go to a vendor, buy a crowbar, and then go to a vendor that's near a lot of rooms and always choose steal quests. Because steal quests always give you quests that are very close to said vendor. You would get gold, tokens, and levels extremely quickly. While on top of that, guaranteeing you a large layer of safety because of his level 4 passive, which lets you buy any item from any vendor, like a manager, except without the manager debuff of having to pay 25 more gold. On top of that, every item costs 25 less, but down to a minimum of 20. So a lot of people will rag on his level 4. Those people are very stupid. His level 4 is honestly really, really strong. However, since then, his level 2 was nerfed. Now you have to do 3 different quest types in rotation, which by that I mean, if you choose a steal quest, you have to do, say, a blue mark quest and then a drone quest before you can pick a steal quest again. Overall, it takes some getting used to. I would still rate him mid to high. Mid-high. It just takes some getting used to. He's very good still. A lot of people don't think so. They're stupid.
I am focused and ready to strike.
Martial Artist. The incentivized beginner character based on her character ticket cost. This is the melee weapon specialist. So her level 2. You cannot grapple her at all. What this comes down to is basic grapples won't work. Backstabs will not work. Chloroform, blackout vapor, will not work. You literally cannot grab this character. There's still an animation for it, but she will automatically break out. Also, in addition, she always deals 25% more damage with axes or clubs or crowbars. Not that you really should be meleeing people with a crowbar, but it's an option on her. And this branches into her level 4, where she gets 50% less stamina drain. Does this stack with stamina pills? Not really, but you still get more stamina with stamina pills. So as a result, you're almost always going to have full stamina on this character as long as you keep using stamina pills. Very beginner-friendly character. Would I rate her highly right now? With the melee lunge being added, mid-high to high. Definitely top 7, 8. I'm not sure I would rate her in the higher end of that range, but if you're skilled, she could be.
Cloaked in
Ninja.
darkness, forced to strike.
Stealth-based character. Very skinny and hard to hit. So, you're level 2. Like I said, stealth-based. When you're crouched, you're invisible. This is not complete invisibility, by the way. If you have played a certain Source game, I do not remember the name of it. I believe it was called The Hidden, but I don't remember. But in that game, when you move, you have this sort of movement distortion blur. It's like looking at something transparent in real life when you move it rapidly. So when you're moving, there's like a motion blur that you can still see, like a shimmer. Also, you make no sound when you move. I don't know if that's just when you crouch, but it says silent steps, so I assume it's when you're moving in general. Also, what you do more damage and potency when you're invisible. I will get into what that means in a second. So, also you have level 4, which means your throwing weapons like knives and darts also do 20% damage and potency. But in addition, grenades, instead of having a delay before they blow up, now blow up instantly when they impact anything, whether this is a player or the ground. By the way, this damage does in fact affect explosive grenades, I believe. So you do more with them. So, potency, what does that mean? It's barely ever brought up in the game. As I had brought up with Hunter, though, potency means delayed effects like bleed, toxic, and poison are better. What this translates to, bleed and toxic get their damage values over time boosted. It's not the duration, it's the damage values. So, if you're not invisible, they're boosted by 20. If you are, or like turn invisible later, like after they like try to run away, if you turn invisible, it gets boosted by another 20. It applies to values after you turn invisible. However, as mentioned with Hunter, this also affects poison, and it's a better... It's more impactful than what Hunter would do. Because Poison Spray, for example, already has a potency upgrade. If you turn invisible, this stacks with that. So it takes a very, very short amount of time for them to die from poison if you choose to go that route. His level 4 doesn't impact Poison Spray, but still 20% is more than enough to be impactful if you know what you're doing. And honestly, with his level 4, there is still the extremely somewhat broken strat if you don't know how to play into it, of stun grenade, explosive, explosive, explosive. The target is guaranteed dead if they do not have explosive resistance at all. Unless it's extremely late game and they're playing a max level detective, in which case that's not enough. Even without explosive resist or resist pot. So where do I put Ninja? I would put Ninja on the annoying to deal with tier. AKA the okay-ish tier.
If you don't take risks, you can't create a future.
My current favorite character, and honestly what I would say is the most underrated character in the game currently. So, the Otaku's hitbox is very skinny.
You can count on me, big time.
Don't let the clothes fool you. This is actually as skinny as the Ninja.
If you don't take risks, you can't create a future.
Cloaked in darkness.
If you don't take risks, you can't
I hate
create
the
a
headphones
future.
music, by the way. Okay, so, two important factors with Otaku. First of all, I'll do the level 4 first because it's the easiest to explain. So, when you're level 4, you get 25 more health for every item that's not a consumable. For the record, this includes stunners. Even though they're a consumable, because they're considered automatic use, it's still an equipped item. At least that's my understanding. So it's basically considering every purple item you have, every armor item, so the blue items, and each melee or gun you have. 150 is still an extra hit, by the way. It's nothing to scoff at. It does matter. And it's helped me survive instances where I almost certainly should have died. Do not underestimate it. And now I'll get into his level 2, which is RNG, but very, very... It's much more impactful than the Gamblers if it's properly utilized. So, his level 2. Think Lawyer's level 4, except you don't get the full list at each shop. However, you get a much, much bigger discount on one random item. Before this patch, this would be extremely annoying to do because each shop you sometimes have to scroll to get the entire list, and the discount might be on the very bottom. That wastes time. Valuable time you can use to do quests, kill players, etc. Pick up clues, things like that. Now, the Otaku has a unique UI where the discount is to the right of the shop UI, and you can quickly buy it whenever you want. Do keep in mind, it's a 100 gold discount. What does this mean? So, at the proper shops, at a quartermaster, if you get a gun you like discounted, it's 100 gold. That's much, much cheaper. That's cheaper than the equivalent token cost to get a gun. Compared to, like, buying it in a shop, I mean. Even then, it's still cheaper than like, say, if you were to use tokens to get the gun out of a chest. Because the equivalent, for every character except the CEO, token to gold is 50 to 1, so 3 tokens for gun chest is 150. if you are an otaku and find a discounted gun at a quartermaster, it's 100, so that would be 2 tokens per gun. This does not mean you make profit, because there's a massive loss when selling items. So I believe the base for selling back is, what's 8 to 50? Sorry, I'm doing math in my head. It's around 1/7, I want to say. So, somewhere close to that. Somewhere between 1/6 and 1/7. I don't know the exact percent. But, guns only sell back for 30. So you can't make profit on it. And since values can't go on under 20, you can't make a profit on anything through buying it through your discount. Anyway, like I said, extremely underrated, since the UI change saves you so much time. And if you're able to play versatile playstyles, like Otaku is best playing whatever form of weapon you can find discounted first. So, let's say, knives, I believe, are 100 base. If you find knives discounted, they only cost 20. You can hold 4 knives at a time, and they do respectable damage and bleed. Plus, if in a last resort, you can always grapple and either stall out bleed or try to one-hit kill them with a lucky grapple hit. It's a very valid playstyle. Darts. As I showed earlier, Toxic stacks up very quickly. You can buy Dart base cost is 75. Unless you get them discounted, they'll be 20. Still, valid playstyle. Darts are just very hard to hit. Blackout, discounted. Normally 175. Discounted 75. One of the more annoying playstyles right now is Blackout spam. If you get lucky with Assassin Chest, or, as I put it here, cheaper. So, valid strategy is get at least 6 blackouts and stock up on stamina pills. So it's valid whether you're wolf or lamb. All you have to do is walk up to your target if you don't think they know who you are, or know they don't know who you are. Blackout them. If they have a stunner, fantastic. Use a stamina pill and do it again until they run out of stunners, because they can't hold more than 4 stunners. No matter how bad your aim is, if you do this strategy, you will kill someone eventually. Unless one of their teammates comes in and shoots you in the back, because if you are the one doing grappling, you're not damage immune. But still, very valid. And as before, if you find, say, melee weapons or guns discounted, better than spending tokens on a random chance. Unless you find revolver discounted, because revolver is very, very dependent on getting tier 3 to do anything meaningful if you're not a cowgirl. In that case, you're still better off going for random chance, so as to not waste your money. However, very underrated character. Definitely would put top 5 right now. as a personal preference, I would argue top 3, but that's just me.
Focused and well
Physicist.
prepared.
Very fun, very funny character because of level 4, but we'll get into that in a second. Level 2. You do 50% more to Guardians and get 50% more gold and XP from Guardians. What does this translate to? So as I said before, melee is the most reliable, usually quickest way to deal with Guardians. Unless you happen to have a fully upgraded SMG, which you're not going to have until very late. And since you want to do Guardians for levels and gold, melee is usually the way to go. So, translated. With an axe, depending on how high your upgrades go, you'll be doing around 90 to 110 damage per swing. It'll make Guardians go significantly quicker. With a club, you can do up to 180 damage or so. Again, very strong. 50% more gold XP. Translated, XP. You get around almost 375 XP per Guardian. Even more than that, honestly. For gold, I believe MVP gets 125 base, so that would translate to almost 200 gold per Guardian. If not 200. So yeah, this is the Guardian character if you want to force people into the endgame early. And then you have his level 4. Whether you choose to use this for self-defense or ambush is up to you. It's an active, just use your active hotkey combination or button or whatever if it's, depending on how it still works. Just do it and you become invisible like the ninja for 5 seconds. As I had said with ninja, however, this is refractory invisibility, which means if you're moving, they can still see you. And if they happen to have you tracked, they can still see your tracking line and icons, so it won't do much in that case. However, if they don't know who you are, it's a very good ambush and escape tool. Would I rate this character high? No. Would I rate them mid-high? Yes. Pirate.
I'm bound for victory and plunder.
Okay, so Pirate. Another underrated character. So you have his level 2. So I went over Ghost Shield's debuffs earlier. If you're level 2 as a pirate, it has no debuffs. In addition to this, it raises the health shield to 250, and as long as you have the shield, you get 25% more damage. Very strong level 2. Especially if you have quick access to a bartender, because ghost shields are only 25 gold from a bartender. And then, if you have a duo partner, like let's say you have a duo, and your ideal partner is a physicist, because if you make it into harbor, you get a massive damage and damage taken reduction while you're in harbor. I don't know if this is additive or multiplicative with other damage reduction, but let's just say that if you get to harbor as a pirate, you're borderline unkillable. The natural problem is getting to harbor, though. and as such, I sadly have to rate him mid. But if played properly, he can be mid-high.
Check me out, Hans.
Serial Killer. For the record, to get Serial Killer and Sleuth here, you have to get the supporter DLC, and that's $20. So if it's your cup of tea, or you, for some reason you like how the characters look, that's a common complaint of this game, but it's not a huge deal. I don't know what the heck these people, what's wrong with these people. I think they actually have a mental illness or something. But yeah. This character used to be one of the butt jokes of the game. Kind of still is, but at least it's better now. So, let's start with his level 2. If you're a lamb, if you kill a wolf, you get more damage. If you're a wolf, if you kill a lamb, you get half that bonus, up to a max of 40. So 20% per wolf kill, 10% per lamb kill. Very strong. But it doesn't trigger on assists. You have to get the killing blow. Which is why he's still kind of a butt. And then you have level 4. If you have a wolf fully identified, you get plus 100 health. As a wolf, for every clue that's picked up for you, you get plus 20 health. Which means you're incentivized to not conceal your clues. If you're with a duo, this is very risky, because if you're in a duo, if you get found out, your partner gets found out. Same thing on the flip side, if you're actually concealing your clues and your partner gets found out, you get found out, but you don't get health bonus from their clues getting found out. It's simply a matter of what kind of play style you want to play. If you want to play risky, go balls deep, this is okay-ish. I'm not gonna say bad, but I'm not going to call him good still. This needs to trigger on assists for him to be good. Singer.
Tuned up. Let's go.
Arguably one of the worst characters in the game, except for one aspect. So let me get into that immediately. Or not immediately. I will do level 4 first. Because level 4 is just Astronomer level 4. Except for two differences. First, you're not immune to blind. Secondly, her wall hacks only trigger when people are moving and making noise. What this means in practice is that if a player is either a ninja or has cat charm, you don't have wall hacks on them. Which makes it explicitly worse. It does have the benefit of being slightly longer range than her wall hacks, though. So there is a small upside, I suppose. And then you have the level 2, which used to be underrated back when this annoying character was top of the game.
I'm here to kick ass.
Her level 2 is just a 50% effect resistance against debilitating effects like stuns, staggers, slows, blinds, and the most important bit is disorient, because I believe I mentioned it earlier, but there are only 2 ways to reduce disorient duration. This is one of them. Disorient used to be 7 seconds, by the way. So this is one of the only reliable ways to was one of the only reliable ways to deal with it. Now that both the blind effect and duration are reduced, this isn't anywhere close to impactful. The only other time this was impactful was when Sniper well, not so much Sniper so much as stagger effects were still extremely strong. Because back then, stagger had a much longer duration, did not have a time between when you could get stunned, as in they could chain it infinitely, and it guaranteed interrupted your reload, as in you could literally not fight back. But that was the only other use for this character, and now that is also mostly gone. So, as I said, the butt of the game, I believe. Not good. I will still play her now and then just to showboat, but yeah, not much more to say on her. Sleuth, the other supporter premium character, if you would like to be a team player. Because that's mostly what this character is. So let's go into her level 2. So I did not show it in shop. Concealed clues on dead bodies can still be picked up if you have a stackable item called the Forensics Kit. Kind of like the Repair Kit, except for clues. So what bonuses Sleuth gets regarding that, you get double the EXP for picking up clues and concealing clues. As a lamb, you do not need forensics kits to get concealed clues. However, this does not include things like scuffed marks. This only includes clues on corpses, so like dead players and sacrifices. Things like scuff marks are still completely wiped. And then you have the wolf part of the passive, which this part is basically infinite super cleaner, because if you don't have super cleaner and you kill a player, you either can only wipe 1 clue off their corpse if there's 2, or if you've been killing a lot, there's only going to be 1 max level clue, which guarantees that you're found out, and you need a super cleaner to get rid of it. So, very useful passive. However, if you play the teammate style, and you shouldn't neglect your quests in favor of going around finding every sacrifice and putting in every wolf clue. However useful that can be. And then you have her level 4. So what this passive does, essentially, when you have a wolf fully revealed, you have an additional 25%. You have 25% extra body armor against them, basically. Body armor and helmet damage reduction. And it boosts the damage bonus you get against them to 50%. It's not 25% like it says it is. It's a 30% boost, unless the text is bugged in game. In addition, when you are a wolf, if you've been revealed in shop or through clues, which is technically through shop, which through shop is technically through clues, you get an interface like when you fully reveal a wolf. Instead it'll show the lambs. If against these players, you get the same bonuses against them, which means they don't get any bonus damage against you. However, you deal more damage to them, which means you, even as a wolf, have the upper hand against them still, unless they're also a sleuth, in which case you don't. So if you choose to go the gung-ho gun melee route, very, very powerful character. If you go the clue team focused route, still very powerful. However, if you do go this route, wolves will go for you to stop you from doing what you're doing. So be careful. Very good character, though.
I am focused and well prepared.
Cord, it just does that. I can't help that. Just laptop things. Anyway, Sniper, still one of the best characters in the game. If only because it's very, very easy to get early kills with a rifle. However, Sniper takes it to the next level. Because, one, you're guaranteed rifles if you like to go that route. If you go to a gun chest. Her level 2 is still extremely broken. Even after they raised the reload time on rifles, this is still broken because she reloads rifles in under a second despite what it says. It's supposed to take 3 seconds to reload a rifle. She still does it in under 1. Or what feels like under a second. So she not only shoots way more than you would with a rifle, but rifles are still insanely high damage guns, which can in fact have good utility. Which includes Stagger, which if you're in an engaged firefight with one, it will interrupt your reloading if it's timed as such. Very strong. I recommend teaming them if they're a problem.
Diagnosis.
And now we're on to the current problem character of the patch. This is definitely, I would argue, the strongest character in the patch, followed by Gangster. So, right now, I'll just get into why he's the strongest character. His level 4. If you'll notice, it's the exact same buffs that the gamer gets. Except his does not have a duration limit. The only requirement for getting it on Surgeon is having been shot a single time or killing a single person. To explain how this is broken, moving 60% faster is very, very hard to keep up with. And it's impossible to... So, 25% move speed is currently the fastest move speed a character can get, because Gamers was nerfed. Right now, if you are not a move speed character, it is impossible to catch up to one who's drunk a speed potion. Or impossible to, when they're aggressors, like I'm going to say now, they definitely are, or escape from them. Which makes, after melee lunges got added, extremely borderline impossible to escape a surgeon. You just have to hope you kill the surgeon before you die. The level 2 is generally of less consequence, but it's still impactful. The finisher is less impactful because it's not easy to get a backstab. And also stunners are easy to acquire now and automatically blocks them. However, as a surgeon, if you have a knife, if you grapple from the front, you are guaranteed to kill anyone in one hit. No matter how much health they have, even if you're a 800 health detective. In addition, if you throw the knives, you deal 75% more bleed damage. What does this mean? Nothing, because bleed still does 5 damage a tick, unless you hit them multiple times. In which case, they're more likely to die from the throw damage than the bleed damage. But still, most players play Surgeon with either guns or melee rather than knives, because it's extremely broken to have both damage and move speed be permanent, so long as you've been hit a single time. This needs to be nerfed in some way. I won't suggest how, in case devs or mods watch this video. They can figure that out themselves.
Let's see what's worth taking
Thief.
here.
Not much to say on Thief. As I had mentioned at an earlier point, pickpocketing is a thing. The Thief gets additional bonuses to that. So, instead of there being gaps between skill checks, it's just one giant skill check. It's just one giant sectioned off skill check bar with no chance of getting nothing. However, in addition to just getting utility throwables and consumable buffs, you can also pickpocket all weapons and body armor. However, to compensate for being able to do this, the bar moves faster, so it's harder to hit the skill checks on good items. But if you're good, you can do very trolly things like, say, stealing their stunners and then using blackout on them. Then again, you could already do that before. Like, before when Gas Mask blocked blackout, you could just steal the Gas Mask and then they'd have 0 blackout protection. And then you have level 4, which I would want to say is good. Basically, every 30 seconds, the next chest or door that would require a crowbar, you can open for free. What this means is, if you open a door normally, it won't be broken, which means you can still shut the door for safe space. For chests, it's just, you don't spend tokens. You're still subject to RNG, but you don't have to spend tokens to get RNG. you get your RNG weapon, armor, utility, whatever. So, underrated. I would say good to mid. But you're still RNG dependent.
Money makes the world go round.
And then you have the old economy character. So, let's go into trader perks. The most impactful perk is his level 2. So, sell items for 30%, 5% of their base value. This does not mean pick up every consumable and sell it for... Actually, no, it does do that. Okay, so what this means is any item you pick up off the ground now sells for 35% instead of, I believe it's around 13, 14%. So you basically almost triple the value on any pickup if you sell it back to a shop. In addition, it boosts the sell value of items when you have spare tokens, if you need extra money. The assassin chest in particular gives you great money value per token, but it's also sus as heck to open one in front of another player if they don't know what team you're on. And then you have the basic level 4, which is just, if a player hits you first, you deal 25% more damage to them. That's all that is. Where would I put Trader now? He's still okay for economy. Not good for most other aspects of the game, though. So, right now, mid to butt. And I believe that is a good enough tutorial for this, for the purposes of this explanation. So I'm
Don't
going
take
to
risks. You can't create
end
a future.
this video. All right. That said, if you would like to watch actual footage of my gameplay, I'm a very experienced player. If you want to see how I play the game, I do upload VODs to YouTube, or if you want to catch me live when I do play this game on Twitch, I usually have my Twitch either on my YouTube main channel page, or I put it in the description of most of my VODs. So if you want to watch live, you have that option. I'm still a very small streamer, so any support I get is greatly appreciated in that respect. If you want to see more, just I want to say hit like and subscribe. That is, however, very cringe, and that's all I'm gonna say on that. But if you do like following live gameplay, do follow me on Twitch. I do try to keep a steady schedule. As I get more assets, I stream more and more often. So right now, I just stream on days I have off of my day job. So, I'm going to head off. Hopefully this video has been informative for you, and hope to see you in-game. Or rather, you will hope you don't see me in-game, because I have this thing called No Mercy. So, I'll give you my biggest tip for dealing with me. If I'm not dead in the first 5 minutes of the game, and you see me, run. Run as far away as you can. Have a good rest of your week.